Chapter 587. Zhuo Changlu's voice was cold. That one sentence made Nanchang sweat profusely. No, no, no. How could it be? Mr. Nan sweated and said quickly, it's Nyener. She wanted to go there after hearing about it. I stopped her. But she is stubborn. She didn't believe me. I had no choice but to call you. Would you like to talk to her? Hearing that his daughter was also there, Zhuo Changlu's voice was not so cold. Let her answer the phone. Mr. Nan handed the phone to Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan took the phone and checked the number first. Then she said hesitantly, Dad? Zhuo Changlu said calmly, listen to your Uncle Nan this time. Go back and do your thing. Don't worry. Duo is fine. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still doubtful. Dad, I want to video call you. Chief Nan's forehead was covered in sweat and black lines when he heard this. Miss, you're still worried at this point? You want to video call me? If the voice could be faked, how difficult would it be to fake a video? Zhuo Changlu obviously knew his daughter's temper. He hung up the phone first and then called her directly. He said helplessly, didn't I send you a message? You silly girl. Zhuo Xiaoyan was finally relieved. She smiled, I know, Dad. I will go back with Uncle Nan. Is Gouda really okay? It's okay. Don't worry. When he is done, I will ask him to call you to tell you that he is safe. Mr. Nan asked, Boss, I want to talk to you one more time. In the video, Zhuo Changlu's eyes suddenly changed from gentle to cold. Then he hung up the phone. Mr. Nan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He hurriedly called Zhuo again. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Minister Nan was dumbstruck. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't know what was going on, but she gloated and said, Uncle Nan, congratulations, you've been blacklisted by my dad. Chief Nan felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart again. How could I not know that I was blacklisted? Do I need you to tell me? Who was the nice guy she was talking about? Was she talking about Zhuo? My God, what a preposterous idea. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't know what had happened at all. Although her father had repeatedly assured her that everything was fine, she was still worried and asked around on the way. Uncle Nan, what's going on? Uncle Nan, what game? Uncle Nan, why did my father block you? He has such a good temper, what did you do to provoke him? Uncle Nan. Southern Chief felt bitter in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. He used up all his energy to send this lady back. They entered the city. Go back by yourself. With my current status, it's not convenient for me to send you directly to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Before Uncle Nan could finish his words, he had already slipped away. Zhuo Xiaoyan saw that Uncle Nan's face was pale. Was Uncle Nan too tired? As she walked, she took out her phone and dialed Zhuo Changlu's number. Dad, what's going on? Don't let me guess blindly, just tell me. In the mountains. A figure in green was flying in the air. The sword in his hand flashed coldly and split the clouds. All the way to the south. Qin Fangyang, who hadn't been seen for a long time, was brimming with a murderous aura. He was like a demon king from hell, speeding all the way to the starry mountains outside Fenghai. He didn't say a word, his expression cold and hard. Don't worry, since I promised to protect the children, I'll definitely protect them well. No matter what, even if I'm smashed into pieces, nothing will happen to the children. Qian. Don't worry. Hidden Dragon Master. Li Chenglong was furious. Where are you going? Are you going to cause trouble? I'm not going, why are you all so impulsive? With your current cultivation, are you qualified to go? Are you going to help or cause trouble? Go back and do what you're supposed to do. How can you not be anxious at all? Where's your heart? Xiang Chong and Meng Zhangjun both frowned and looked at this guy. What's the use of being anxious? If it's useful, I don't mind being anxious to death. My heart needs to be calm. I can't be anxious, and I can't be confused. Swollen waved his hand impatiently. Go back one by one, and pay close attention to the completion of the mission on the website. This time, if Sua doesn't die, no matter who is against us, we'll take revenge in the future. If he dies, we'll take revenge for him. All the assassins, organizations, and Hell King Palace, as long as I have time, I'll crush them. Li Chenglong smiled brightly, but there was a trace of coldness in his smile. Swollen was very angry, and there was also a feeling of inferiority growing bit by bit, and it was impossible to get rid of. He realized that he couldn't get involved in Zua's troubles. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. He was powerless. How could this be? Could it be that in the future, I'll only be a burden? No. Absolutely not. Seeing Xiang Chong and the others leave, Li Chenglong's face turned gloomy. Gravity room, 6 hours. After swiping his credits, Li Chenglong went in. The Starlight Mountain Range had now completely turned into a battlefield. Zhuo Xiaoduo, everyone's target, was nowhere to be seen. Even if he appeared occasionally, Zhuo Xiaoduo's bodyguards were too powerful and too slippery. One hit, one kill, one hit, one hit, one hit, one run, one hit, and one run. Often, when people rushed over, they would see the ground after the Flaming Sun Sutra was used. There were clear traces, but Zhuo Xiaoduo was nowhere to be seen. He came and went like the wind. He really came and went without a trace. This situation made many people furious, but they couldn't do anything about it. In addition, the 3 demon kings were involved. Everyone could only search carefully. They didn't dare to use their divine sense to search a large area. Once they used their divine sense to search a large area, part of it would inevitably enter the territory of one of the 3 demon kings. It would immediately cause panic. And Zhuo Xiaoduo, this despicable guy, always moved around the territory of the 3 demon kings. He never left. Slowly, everyone found a pattern. If Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't in the territory of one demon king, he would most likely be in the territory of another demon king. Again and again, he went back and forth, welcoming and sending people away. This knowledge was gradually discovered and confirmed by all the bounty hunters. As a result, everyone began to gather their strength in these 3 places. The Starlight Mountain Range was undoubtedly huge. But if the search area was narrowed down to the territory of the 3 demon kings, it wasn't particularly big. Although there was still a radius of 3,000 miles, it was still vast and boundless, with no end in sight. But compared to the previous aimless search, it was much better. Faced with such a situation, Yi Changqing and the rest of the Hidden Dragon School people couldn't help but feel anxious. Because, as the search area became smaller and smaller, the chances of Zhuo Xiaoduo being discovered and bumped into would be much higher. Yi Changqing made a prompt decision and directly occupied the highest mountain peak, leading the rest of the Hidden Dragon School people to look down from above. The terrain here could be said to be the best mountain peak in the territory of the 3 demon kings. It wasn't that the Hidden Dragon School people were the strongest, but Yi Changqing directly said a ruthless sentence, dispelling everyone's thoughts. The current situation is clear to everyone. Our objectives are also clear. We only need to act. But since we haven't acted yet, we're not completely opposing each other. Yi Changqing's voice shook the Starlight Mountain Range. At this moment, whoever dares to fight with the Hidden Dragon School for this mountain will have shed all pretense of cordiality and become enemies. Everyone knows what the consequences will be. Going against the Hidden Dragon School is going against the martial arts department. It's going against the country. It's betrayal of the mainland. It's rebellion. His gaze was like lightning, looking around at the people around him. Without hiding anything, he threatened deeply, I'd like to see who has the guts to do so. Tens of thousands of Jianghu people cursed in their hearts at the same time. We're just bounty hunters. Since there's an underground world, then there's a place for us to eat. Jianghu's black and white, what's black and white? Everyone has their own rules, and their own channels for eating. We often do illegal things, but we do it in secret. When have we ever broken the law and violated discipline completely in the open? That's a completely different nature, okay? This fucking Yi Changqing, he's so brazen now. Isn't it because he has the support of the government? But in reality, no one dared to go against him. At least before they found Sui Xiaoduo, no one dared to go against the taboo and take the initiative to attack the Hidden Dragon School. Premeditated crimes and actual crimes were two completely different crimes. What's more, this fucking Yi Changqing actually pinned a big hat of rebellion on him. Motherfucker. This mountain belongs to the Hidden Dragon School. Yi Changqing walked up the mountain, leading a group of teachers from the Hidden Dragon School calmly. And the people who were at the top of the mountain were Tian Wujiang and a group of people. Yi Changqing walked straight up, glanced sideways, and shouted, "Go down." Tian Wujiang's entire face turned purple. I'm not your subordinate. I'm also a famous person in the Jianghu. Can't you be a little more polite, Yi Changqing? Yi Changqing expressed that he couldn't. He looked sideways at Tian Wujiang, his fingers slowly grasping the hilt of his sword. His meaning was clear, go down or not. If you don't go down, I'll make my move. As long as I make my move, you'll be openly hostile to the Hidden Dragon School. You'll have to bear the consequences. Tian Wujiang felt as if he had eaten shit. Fuck, you can still do this. Tian Wujiang's expression was ugly. He still wanted to save some face. You want to rebel? When Xingtian's hand was on the hilt of his sword, his gaze cold, Tian Wujiang, you've got guts. Tian Wujiang was so angry that he fell backwards. What did I say? I'm rebelling. Chapter 588. Even though Tian Wujiang already had thoughts of retreating, he still couldn't help but mutter, according to the rumors in Jianghu, Hidden Dragon High School's Yi Changqing is a scholarly general who has always been particular about convincing people with reason. What's wrong, Principal Yi? Your actions don't match the rumors. Yi Changqing said coldly, the rumors I heard in Jianghu are that Tian Wujiang is a spineless person who has to kneel down and lick the Hidden Dragon High School's boots. Why don't you kneel down and lick the Hidden Dragon High School's boots like the rumors? Tian Wujiang was so angry that he fell backwards. Rumors? Since when were there such rumors in Jianghu? This Hidden Dragon High School's principal now looked like a homeless leader, or even worse. Was this really the principal of Hidden Dragon High School? A model teacher who had students all over the world. Principal Yi, let's just give up this place. Why do you have to be so aggressive? The other person said coldly, obviously very angry in his heart. Yi Changqing immediately turned around and shouted, who are you? Do you want to be an enemy of our Hidden Dragon High School? The face of the Imperial Spirit expert who spoke turned purple in an instant. Yi Changqing, can you still be reasonable? Do you really think that you're a principal? If it weren't for that official power backing you up, I wouldn't care about your grandma's claws. With a black face, he followed Tian Wujiang down, but was stopped by Wen Xingtian. Stop. What's your name? What's your identity? You dare to speak to our principal like that? Tell us your name, place of birth, age, gender, and ID number. You and your family's descendants will forever be blacklisted by the Hidden Dragon High School, never to be seen again. The goatee flew into a rage. Wen Xingtian, don't go too far. When Xingtian's hand was on the hilt of his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. He shouted, register. I now suspect that you're a spy from the UMNO Alliance. Don't force me to make a move. The goatee was stunned. Fuck you. Wen Xingtian and I have known each other for almost 1,000 years. Usually when we see each other, we call each other brother Sang affectionately. Now you're turning your back on me. Little did he know that Wen Xingtian was even more furious. He never thought that an old friend of his would come. This man with the surname Sang was an old acquaintance of Wen Xingtian. The two of them had fought side by side on the battlefield at the border. When they met occasionally, they would drink and reminisce about the past. They couldn't be considered brothers or friends, but they were still familiar acquaintances. But Wen Xingtian never thought that this guy would actually participate in the encirclement of his students. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Hidden Dragon High School student. The homeroom teacher, Wen Xingtian. All of this information was clearly written on the bounty notice. You didn't give me face, yet you expect me to give you face today. If you don't, I'll kill you today. The goatee surnamed Sang thought for a while and seemed to finally understand. He couldn't help but say with some guilt, Brother Wen, this time it was indeed my fault, but I was forced by life. I know that Zhuo Xiaoduo is your student. But in life, there are always some choices that must be made. I hope you can understand. Before he could finish, Wen Xingtian shouted, Do you not understand human language? Register. I suspect that you are a spy from the UMNO Alliance. Name, age, gender, place of origin, ID number. Say it loudly. The goatee's spirit visibly withered. He said hatefully, Name, Sang Jiushuan. Age, 1454 years old. Place of origin, Shendu XXXX. Gender, male. ID number. At this moment, the entire mountain peak was silent. No one would have thought that under such humiliation, the goatee would actually register and report his identity. To be able to endure such humiliation, Qin Wentian was shocked. Wen Xingtian took a deep breath and pointed a finger at Sang Jiushuan's nose. He said bitterly, Sang Jiushuan. You are a disgrace to our Eastern Army. You are a disgrace to our commander. What you've done today is a disgrace to all the brothers who died on the battlefield back then. Scram! Don't let me see you again. Immediately. Immediately. Wen Xingtian turned around and left. He didn't look back. Sang Jiushuan lowered his head. His entire body was in a daze. He suddenly turned around and stared at Wen Xingtian's back. He screamed, Wen Xingtian, I'm not as lucky as you. You are a bachelor. After you retire, you can still be a teacher. You don't have to worry about food or clothing. What about me? I have a big family to feed. As long as there is a path to survival for those who walk the righteous path, why should I be a killer who works for money? No one has lived in another's house for a few days. What right do you have to criticize me, Wen Xingtian? Sang Jiushuan was filled with grief and indignation. He was like a completely different person. Wen Xingtian didn't even turn around. He only said, I, Wen Xingtian, have done things with a clear conscience. 100,000 souls under my sword deserve to die. I eat well and sleep well. My conscience is very clear. I feel that I have lived my life like this for a long time. I am satisfied. But you are still not enough. You are still far from enough. From now on, I don't know you, and you don't know me. Wen Xingtian walked up the mountain without looking back. Below, Sang Jiushuan stood there in a daze. Tian Wujiang said softly, Brother Sang, let's go. It's useless to reason with them. It's just a choice. Sang Jiushuan took a deep breath. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't and followed behind Tian Wujiang. On the mountain. Yi Changqing comforted, everyone has their own aspirations. There is no need to force them. Wen Xingtian took a deep breath and shook his head. He didn't say a word. A gloomy voice said, Hidden Dragon High School, Principal Yi, Department Head Wen, how imposing, how murderous. Your group of people from Hidden Dragon High School openly killed people and stole their belongings. You must have stolen several hundred spatial rings, right? Now you are accusing others of being shameless. I would like to ask, who is more shameless? This voice was faintly discernible, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. It made it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. At the very least, none of the people present were able to tell where this person was. Wen Xingtian laughed loudly. Who is the shameless one? There is a public opinion. You assassins came to kill my hidden dragon high school students for the bounty. Killing you is a matter of course, and we have a clear conscience. Hidden Dragon High School has provided talents for the army over the years, fighting for the safety of the entire continent. On the other hand, you are at the back. Even if you have good cultivation, you are still protected. Do you dare to deny it? You are under our protection, yet you come to harm Hidden Dragon High School students, the future pillars of the country. Who is the shameless one? So what if we kill you? Can't we kill you? Wen Xingtian's words were like spring thunder. He stood proudly on the top of the mountain and spoke with fervor and assurance. Facing all the assassins with ulterior motives, he asked everyone loudly, "Can I kill all of you?" Then he roared again, "So what if we kill and steal your spatial rings? Even if we steal your belongings, we will only use them on Hidden Dragon High School students, to cultivate talents for the country and the continent. Can't we rob you? Who said we can't kill you? Who said we can't rob you?" Wen Xingtian roared, "Stand out. Let me see. How can you not kill me? How can you not rob me?" Wen Xingtian's words were earth-shattering, suppressing the tens of thousands of people present and making them speechless. They knew their own matters. What they did, whether it was right or wrong, everyone knew in their hearts. Being an assassin didn't mean that they could not distinguish between right and wrong, and that they could speak without conscience. Let's just leave it here. When Xingtian's voice shook the mountains, the people of Hidden Dragon High School are here. Who dares to act rashly? Those who dare to act rashly are treacherous. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo is found, you can only listen obediently. Once Zhuo Xiaoduo is out, according to the rules of the underground world, you want to rob the bounty, and we want to protect the students. Everyone will use their own means. When that time comes, we will die in your hands, and you can find excuses to shirk responsibility. But before the bounty target appears, whoever dares to move is treacherous, and is rebelling. Who dares to say no? When Xingtian's voice was too loud, and it shook the wilderness. In the end, someone was unhappy and dissatisfied. When Xingtian, even if that's the reason, why are you saying it so loudly? This person was very dissatisfied. Wasn't he informing Zhuo Xiaoduo? He was clearly telling Zhuo Xiaoduo, "Don't come out no matter what. You're so loud, who can't hear you?" When Xingtian said sternly, "I'm born with a loud voice. Why, are you unhappy? Come up, I'll spar with you." Many assassins were so angry that they almost fainted. "When Zhuo Xiaoduo comes out, I'll definitely spar with you. Even if he doesn't come out, I'll still find a chance to spar with you today." That person said sinisterly. When Xingtian snorted, "You're just a stepmother." This person was so angry that his face turned red. This Wen Xingtian's mouth was simply too despicable. Other people didn't hit people in the face, and didn't expose people's shortcomings when scolding them. However, this guy specialized in exposing people's shortcomings. The person who spoke lost his mother when he was young and was indeed raised by a stepmother. However, although this was the truth, it was easy to imagine how insulting it was when it came from someone else's mouth. It was even an additional 3 levels. Next, when Xingtian stood at the top of the mountain and explained. According to the rules of the martial arts world, the King of Hell Palace is just a corner of the martial arts world. According to the rules of the underworld, when there's a reward, you're responsible for your own life and death. Everything belongs to the individual. This is the rule set by the founder of the demonic path, Lei Changtian, and the star-plucking monarch. Therefore, when Zhuo Xiaoduo comes out, one wants to protect and the other wants to kill. If the person you protect dies in battle, it's considered a personal grudge, and it's not considered a violation of the law. However, before Zhuo Xiaoduo comes out, you guys made a move against the martial artists of the Hidden Dragon clan. That's a violation of the law. When Xingtian shouted sternly, the 4 armies want you guys. The 8 armies want you guys. The martial arts department wants you guys dead. The National Security Department wants you guys dead. The Shield Department wants you guys dead. The Martial Arts Department wants you guys dead. Do you know what the crime of treason is? It's a crime of extermination, and the 9 generations of the family will be wiped out. His voice rumbled, echoing back and forth in the mountains and valleys. Some words had been said several times. This time, facing the entire Starlight Mountain range, he announced it again and explained it again. Tens of thousands of people were speechless. Shameless people were truly invincible. It seemed that today's Hidden Dragon Clan's martial arts department was going to be shameless to the end. When Xingtian said loudly, "Everyone, do you understand? If you don't understand, I can say it again. Sigh, I'm used to being a teacher. I can't help it." Thus, with a rumbling sound, the lecture started again. Finally, someone became impatient and shouted from afar, "When Xingtian, your students heard it long ago. If they didn't hear it, even if you say it 10 times, they won't hear it. We're not your students. Don't say it." When Xingtian said, "I'll say it one last time. This is a matter of life and death for all of you. If you're not careful, your 9 generations will be wiped out, and your ancestors will suffer. How can you not be careful? How can you not listen seriously? Therefore, Tens of thousands of assassins felt like they were fucked. Chapter 589. Everyone had the urge to rush up and hack Wen Xingtian into 1,000 pieces, dismembering his body into pieces. Was there no end to this? Did he think he was drawing highlights for his students in school? Was he going to organize another exam? To be honest, today was an eye-opener for them. The top 3 hidden dragon martial experts in the entire Star Spirit continent actually did such a thing today. It was indeed a first in history. What was face? Everyone was speechless. When Xingtian's explanation over and over again was naturally heard by Zhou Xiaoduo's side. Not only had he heard it, but he had heard it so clearly that he was sick of it. Zhou Xiaoduo already had an idea of what to do. However, Zhou Xiaoduo would not do as Wen Xingtian said. Because the void transformation stone he obtained this time was too useful for Zhou Xiaoduo. So much so that Master Zhou had another plan. Because he realized, with this thing, the Centipede King, the Tiger King, and the Snake King would not be able to find him. If that was the case, did it mean he? Zhou Xiaoduo immediately came up with a bold idea. "I want you to get me. No, I want to get the thing that you have been guarding for so many years." At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo was the closest to the Snake King's territory. He held the antidote pill in his mouth and walked over happily. Long, see if there are any good things around here and point them out to me. Boss, there's no need to look. Because of the spirit medicine that the Snake King has been guarding for a long time, there won't be any other heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the area. This is the only one that has absorbed all of the earthly chi. Damn, that snake soul fruit is so powerful. Yes. The Snake King's territory is similar to the Centipede King's, but it is colder and more humid. There is not as much poisonous fog. Xiao Long was uneasy. Boss, I suggest you give up on the snake soul fruit. This thing is basically useless to humans. Not to mention that it will anger a greater demon monarch. The disadvantages outweigh the benefits. The losses outweigh the gains. Zhou Xiaoduo said in amazement, "Why don't you have any ideas about it since it's useless to humans?" Long, you must remember our mission. Xiaolong humbly asked for advice. Mission? What mission? Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly, "Our motto is, regarding things that we can't obtain, things that we have no hope of obtaining, we will never think about it, even if it is very useful to us." Then? You're smart. You know that there's more to it. What's more, we must get whatever we can get, even if it's of no use to us. Xiao Long was speechless. This is your mission? I really don't know what to say about your motto. Boss, are you sure? Xiao Long was depressed. This giant snake was not to be trifled with. It was not inferior to the centipede kings. Especially its ability to summon thunder and lightning. It was so powerful. Let me teach you one more thing. Zhuo Xiaoduo gave him a bowl of chicken soup. If you don't try, you will never get it. If you try, there is a chance. Xiao Long muttered, if you try, you might die. Damn. Zhuo Xiaoduo was angry. Can't you say something nice? You are saying something so inauspicious when we are about to fight. In any case, Zhuo Xiaoduo still insisted on his opinion. He tiptoed and entered the Snake King's territory. Don't be fooled by his flowery words. In fact, he wasn't confident at all. Although this void transformation stone was effective on humans, who knew if it would be effective on the Snake King? In Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart, he was really not confident. At this moment, in the Snake King's territory, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know that he was not the only one. There was already someone here. And it was someone who had been lurking for a long time. In another direction of the Snake King's territory, a man buried his entire body in the swamp. His whole body was covered in mud. Even his eyes were covered. It took a long time for him to squirm slightly. Occasionally, a poisonous snake would swim past him. The moment the mud in the swamp moved, his body would undulate. He did not leak any aura at all. But when he occasionally exposed his face, the terrifying crisscrossing scars on his face revealed his identity. It was Vice Principal Cheng of Hidden Dragon High School. After receiving Yi Changqing's call, Vice Principal Cheng gave up everything and rushed to the Starlight Mountain Range to protect Zhuo Xiaoduo. But even he did not expect this. After he came to the Starlight Mountain Range, he actually found his lifelong enemy by chance. Shi Yu. Ever since Li Chenglong talked to Zhuo Xiaoduo last time, Vice Principal Cheng began to pay attention to collecting information about those people. But Shi Yu and his subordinates, the five-colored snake Venerable, were like clay oxen in the sea. There was no news at all. After many searches, Vice Principal Cheng did not find anything. Naturally, his mood changed from yearning to inexplicable depression. But he rushed to the Starlight Mountain Range as soon as Yi Changqing summoned him. Although he was no longer the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, the 4 words Hidden Dragon High School still had an overwhelming weight in his heart. He rushed all the way here, even half a day earlier than Yi Changqing. In the end, when he was guarding the mountain pass, he unexpectedly saw 6 people rushing into the mountain pass as fast as lightning. And these 6 people gave him a very strange feeling, very strange. These 6 people's movements were uniform, and they all flew directly in the air. This was not surprising, but in Vice Principal Cheng's eyes, their movements were clearly 6 snakes slithering, twisting, and crawling into the mountain pass. Seeing this kind of characteristics, Vice Principal Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Although he did not see their faces clearly, Vice Principal Cheng immediately guessed the identity of these 6 people. Shi Yu. The 5-colored snake Venerable. Apart from these 6 people, it was likely that no one else in this world would be able to act like them. This discovery made Vice Principal Cheng forget everything at once. Only his granddaughter's eyes, which were full of despair when she died tragically, appeared in front of him again. He followed them regardless of everything. Shi Yu and the others hid as soon as they entered the Starlight Mountain Range, as if they were waiting for an opportunity. Vice Principal Cheng waited for a long time, but he did not see any movement. It seemed that they did not intend to carry out the mission of killing Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was not until everyone was focused on searching for Zhuo Xiaoduo that he took 5 of his subordinates and sneaked into the Snake King's territory. The Snake King did not seem to have any intention of driving them out. No, it did not react at all. Even Vice Principal Cheng, who followed them closely, was regarded as one of them by the Snake King, who followed them in safely. Vice Principal Cheng was dumbfounded when he came in. He did not know what to do next. Shi Yu and the others walked to the center of the swamp as if they were familiar with the place. However, Vice Principal Cheng could not follow them in like he did just now. Obviously, there was another restriction. This delay made the Snake King realize that something was wrong. With a roar, a bolt of lightning struck down. Vice Principal Cheng was quick-witted. He quickly jumped into the swamp. Then, he held his breath and hid his aura. He did not dare to move at all. Until now, he had been hiding in the swamp for 5 days. During this period, Shi Yu and the others came out from the swamp from time to time. They walked back and forth in the area, carrying things and occasionally cleaning the place. They were as free as if they were in their own home. The Snake King of the Star Beast seemed to treat the 6 of them as its own kind, or as workers. However, they were still its own people. Yes, it was a snake. The Snake King's residence was located in a damp and cold valley. It was surrounded by swamps on 3 sides, but this Star Beast Snake King's nest was located under a dry mountain wall. It was a huge snake cave. From what Vice Principal Cheng could see from afar, the cave was so vast that it had probably hollowed out the belly of the mountain it was leaning on. There were 7 or 8 huge holes for the Snake King to enter and exit, and they were all hidden in the cold clouds. Now, Shi Yu and the other 5 people seemed to be very careful and even meticulously polishing the holes. Judging from the situation, the Snake King must have grown in size again. It was inconvenient for it to enter and exit, and it was afraid that it would accidentally crush its own nest. Therefore, it asked Shi Yu and the others to repair it. This kind of work was not difficult for Shi Yu and the others. Other than opening up the holes for the Snake King, they also polished off some of the sharp edges. They were very careful and patient. Vice Principal Cheng saw the 6 of them going in and out of the cave from time to time. They carried the stones out of the cave and threw them into the swamp. The swamp they chose to throw the stones in was exactly where Vice Principal Cheng was hiding. Every time they went in and out, they would throw thousands of stones into the swamp. Boom! 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 It was like an earthquake. The muddy water splashed up hundreds of meters high, and turbid waves surged to the sky. However, Vice Principal Cheng remained motionless. He moved up and down along with the muddy water, as if he was a dead object. He would rather die than let go of this opportunity. He was waiting for a chance to perish together with these 6 devils. How could he not take revenge for such a deep blood feud? Shi Yu and the other 5 worked for 3 days straight before they could rest for a day. Vice Principal Cheng looked at the 6 of them and happily walked out with a pile of green things. They used a huge stone as a platform at the edge of the swamp, and each of them pulled out a few chairs from their spatial rings and sat on them comfortably. This was the only place in the entire valley where they could see some sunlight. It seemed that Shi Yu and the others were becoming more and more like snakes, but they still liked to bask in the sun. Vice Principal Cheng thought for a while. He swam toward the shore quietly in the mud, wanting to hear what these villains were talking about when they were resting. However, he was too far away and their voices were too vague. He could barely hear what they were saying. Chapter 590. Shi Yu, who was dressed in red, had a skinny figure, triangular eyes, and a triangular head. His entire being was cold, wet, and slippery. He placed the object in his hands on the stone platform. That was the only place where the sunlight could reach. He exposed the object completely to the sunlight. Then, he started to circulate his special martial arts, causing wisps of dark green true core chi to flow into the object. With the continuous infusion of spiritual power and the prolonged exposure of the sunlight, the object slowly unfolded. It was 6 stalks of dark green, curvy grass. However, every leaf of the grass was round and dark green. Under the sunlight, the 6 stalks of green grass started to twist, wriggle, and dance on their own. They looked like 6 living snakes. Shiyu and the rest of the 6 people focused all their attention on the grass. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism. With the infusion of true core chi and the sunlight shining, the dark green, snake-like grass wriggled even more vigorously. "Boss, sometimes I wonder how you found this place back then." One of the snake venerables was filled with curiosity and envy. Shiyu smiled faintly. "Back then, I was only in the embryonic breathing realm and was about to break through to the primordial elixir realm. However, my aptitude was second-rate and my family was poor. Moreover, my character back then was very antisocial. I didn't have any friends or brothers. If I wanted practice resources, I could only risk my life. Back then, I accepted a bounty mission to find the spiritual medicine. Hence, I joined a small mercenary team and came to the Starry Mountains. However, after I found the spiritual medicine..." Shiyu's gaze was deep. He pointed his finger upwards and said, "It was on the top of the mountain. The other members of the mercenary team suddenly attacked me. Obviously, they didn't want to share the loot with me. Back then, I naturally didn't want to die. However, if I stayed up there to fight with them, I would be outnumbered. Moreover, there was a difference in our abilities. How could I have the luck to fight them? After I was seriously injured, I had no other choice. I closed my eyes and rushed down the cliff." Shiyu smiled faintly, but his eyes were cruel and sinister. "Back then, when I jumped down, I just so happened to land on the snake ancestor's body. Even though I had this buffer and didn't die, it was the same as sending myself to the snake ancestor. I could only end up as food in its mouth. However, the snake ancestor had just finished shedding its skin and its vitality was greatly damaged. It actually didn't eat me. At that time, the snake ancestor had just shed its most crucial king-level skin. But because of that, its strength was greatly reduced. It couldn't even deal with the sharp rocks around it. It didn't even have the strength to look for food. It was afraid that it would cut its body. Fortunately, the snake ancestor had advanced to the king tier at that time. His spiritual sense had transformed, and he could communicate with humans. At that time, I was inspired and took the initiative to pick food for the snake ancestor to nourish his life force. 3 months later, the snake ancestor completely recovered. He even rewarded me with a stalk of this snake spirit grass." Shiyu looked at the dark green grass in front of her and murmured, "This snake spirit grass is a kind of extremely poisonous thing between heaven and earth. Just 1 stalk will melt half of the bones in a person's body. From then on, the person will only be able to crawl like a snake. It will be difficult for him to walk upright. I lived crawling for 2 months. Then, the snake ancestor gave me a second stalk of snake spirit grass. From start to finish, I stayed in this snake valley for 5 years, a whole 5 years. 5 years later, my body was completely assimilated by the snake spirit grass. I received the recognition of the snake ancestor. I bid farewell to the snake ancestor and left the snake valley. Then, at that time, my strength had greatly improved. I found that small mercenary group. Everyone's family was killed by me. Then, I tried every method to find a spirit snake cultivation method. Every year, I would spend 2 months here. My cultivation also improved by leaps and bounds because of this. 100 years later, I met you guys. Then, we established a gang. The Snake King smiled faintly. At that time, you guys always felt that it was strange. Why would I go out every year and come back with a sudden increase in my cultivation? This is the fundamental reason. Behind him, the 5 snake venerables all smiled embarrassedly. We slowly became the overlords of Fenghai's underworld. We became the #1 gang. Those years were really happy. Shiyu's words revealed a look of longing and reminiscence. Then, we were annihilated in one night and captured in the dungeon. At that time, I really thought that we were done for. In this world where the strong are respected, the strong are the ones who have the most power. It wasn't just you, boss. At that time, our brothers also felt that our lives were coming to an end and that we couldn't keep our lives. The 5 of them said at the same time. Yes, during that time, we saw people being captured and killed every day. That feeling. We were like chickens in a cage. We just saw who the butcher outside wanted to kill today. He would take out a knife and kill them. Even now, when I think about it, I still have lingering fears. But no one would have thought that it wasn't a public prison at all. Shiyu smiled bitterly. Finally, we were brought out. I thought that I had reached the end. I didn't expect to be brought to a garden. The person I met was actually the famous king of the Central Plains. The king of the Central Plains asked me if I wanted to die or work for him. Shiyu smiled bitterly. Was there any other choice? In the swamp. Vice Principal Chang's heart suddenly thumped. The king of the Central Plains. It was the king of the Central Plains again. Last time, he saw a swordsman who looked very similar to the golden dragon sword that had assassinated his boss. He followed him all the way to the king of the Central Plains residence. In the end, the king of the Central Plains suddenly appeared and attacked him with a sword. It was also that sword strike that had caused him to almost lose his life, and it had even left behind a scar that could never be healed. Now, this Shiyu was also a pawn of the king of the Central Plains. What was the king of the Central Plains trying to do? Or could it be that he was the mastermind behind all this? But when it came to submitting to the king of the Central Plains, there were still many benefits. From that year onwards, we started to cultivate the heavenly serpent soul technique that the king of the Central Plains gave us. Shiyu sighed and said, "This is also an opportunity, a blessing in disguise." From then on, we had a technique that could continue to cultivate. The 5 of them sighed, yes. Until that year. The king of the Central Plains returned and gave us the task. Shiyu's gaze turned cold. The other 5 venerable snake masters were all smiling lecherously. I have to say, boss, the task you took was really good. The 2 girls of the Cheng family were so fucking beautiful. Their figures, their touch. I still have a lot of memories of them. I can't stop dreaming about them. Yes, it was so satisfying. It's a pity that we had to kill them. Otherwise, we could have captured them and trained them secretly to become our slaves. That's the joy of life. Hee hee. Just thinking about it makes me happy. It's a pity that we can only play once. Yes, it's a pity. I've never seen such beautiful girls in my life. Pity my ass. You've fucking done it several times in a row after taking the drug. You're the only one who's had the most fun among us. The 5 venerated snake masters laughed and joked around. They were delighted to talk about the past. However, Vice Principal Cheng, who was in the swamp, felt like his organs were being torn apart. He gritted his teeth and sank his whole body into the muddy water. It was them. Zhou Xiaoduo was right. Li Chenglong's speculation was also right. It was indeed Shiyu and the others. It was also the inner circle of the imperial family. It was indeed the king of the Central Plains, the mastermind behind everything. If he hadn't heard about the king of the Central Plains, Vice Principal Cheng would have charged out at once. However, now that the king of the Central Plains was involved, the implications of this matter were too great. Revenge had to be taken. However, the news of the king of the Central Plains scheme had to be spread. They had to get out alive. They had to bring the news back. Shiyu and the 5 venerable snake masters deserved to die. They deserved to be hacked into pieces. However, the mastermind behind them deserved to die even more. They should be ground to dust and consigned to eternal damnation. Ever since I brought you here 4 years ago, the snake ancestor has made things difficult for me for a long time. Shiyu smiled bitterly. The 5 venerable snake masters were also grateful and emotional. When their boss brought them to the Snake Valley, everyone could see the fury of the venerable snake masters. He made their boss work for half a year and almost tortured her to death. Later, because their heavenly snake mental cultivation technique was compatible with snakes, they let them go and tacitly allowed the 5 venerable snake masters to become their subordinates. Boss's kindness to us is as high as the sky and as deep as the earth. We will never forget it in our lives. Sigh, what's the point of saying this? Shiyu stretched her body under the sunlight. It's so comfortable. Although it still can't be seen in the light, but it's finally out. At this moment, the 6 snake spirit grasses had stopped trembling and twisting. They transformed into 6 green transparent sticks, standing upright. Under the sunlight, light flowed inside, as if there were little snakes slithering back and forth inside. The snake spirit grasses are more effective now. They're much thicker than the ones we ate a few years ago. Shiyu reached out and picked one up. Everyone, don't waste it. Eat it quickly and circulate your energy to digest it. The breakthrough of the heavenly snake body technique depends on these snake spirit grasses. This time, we'll stay here for half a year. Let's try to get more snake spirit grasses from the snake ancestor. Shiyu said. Yes. Boss, everything is up to you. The 5 venerable snakes beamed with joy. They grabbed their own snake spirit grasses, put them in their mouths, chewed, and swallowed. Boss, there seems to be some strange fruit at the bottom of the snake ancestor's cave. A venerable snake asked curiously while circulating his energy to digest. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Haven't you heard of the proverb, curiosity kills the cat? Shiyu said coldly, that's not something we can think about. The snake ancestor has been guarding that thing for thousands of years. If you look at it too much, you'll be whipped. Have you forgotten? Yes, I won't ask. This short period of time was a rare time for the 6 of them to rest. It was precious. They still had to go in and work for the Snake King later. Time was precious. In the distance, the huge snake stood upright, facing the sunlight. It spat out a colorful snake pearl in its mouth. The snake pearl received the sunlight, and for a moment, it shone brightly. Zhuo Xiaoduo also tiptoed into the Snake Valley at this time, requesting votes. Chapter 591. Zhuo Xiaoduo was extremely careful at this moment. His long sky-flying catkins technique, coupled with the effect of the void-changing stone, was truly soundless. He floated around like a feather, without a trace. Even with the Snake King's ability, it did not discover anything. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already seen the Snake King's true body. Although they were still far apart, the Snake King's body was too big. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at it and was shocked. This was the Snake King. It was really too big. Thick, long, and big. From afar, just the half of its body that was straightened up was at least 100 meters tall. Its entire body was covered with shiny silver scales. Its round body was estimated to be as thick as 2 houses. However, the scales on its body did not seem to be big. Each scale was only the size of a copper coin. They were densely packed together and looked extremely beautiful. Zhuo Xiaoduo fell in love with it at first sight. If it was peeled off and made into clothes, regardless of its value, who could compare to its eye-catching appearance? Considering its defensive power and rarity, how much could it be sold for? This snake. How many kilograms of snake meat could it produce? And how much could this meat be sold for? And the internal elixir, fresh blood, and snake gall. Oh right, I heard that a mature snake would have snake pearls in its head and joints. How much could those be sold for? Zhuo Xiaoduo's saliva dripped out of his mouth as he daydreamed. The moment his mind cleared up, he was afraid that he would reveal a flaw. He hurriedly sucked it and put it back into his mouth, swallowing it with a gulp. I can't take it anymore. I've found a treasure. Long Long. Say, if this snake suddenly commits suicide, how much can we get? Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed his regret and pulled Xiao Long along to make the connection. This stinky snake, Master Zhuo, is already here. Why don't you commit suicide? You don't know any better. Xiao Long laughed. You think too much. Commit suicide? It won't commit suicide even if you commit suicide. Zhuo Xiaoduo stuck close to the ground very carefully. From time to time, he would use the meteors falling from the sky to cover himself. There were also some weeds on the ground. In short, he used everything that he could use to move forward quietly. It's actually another cliff here. No, this cliff seems to have been hollowed out by human power. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked by this situation. Xiaolong said carefully, the snake soul fruit is in this cave. Originally, it was 300 meters underground. However, in order to make it easier to guard and eat, the snake simply dug it out and exposed it to the air. It's just that this cave is too deep, and with the full protection of this snake, there's no possibility of an accident happening to the snake soul fruit. Looking at the situation, this snake soul fruit will mature in at most a month. Xiaolong said. Zhuo Xiaoduo sneaked all the way here, but the Snake King didn't notice him. It was still in the air, spitting out its inner core to welcome the sunlight. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was already half at ease. It seemed, the void stone. This treasure was heaven-defying enough. It should be considered harmless in another sense. He looked at the huge snake that was still swallowing and spitting out the inner core in the air. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly had an extremely bold idea. Long Long, do you think the snake soul fruit can survive if we uproot it and plant it in the space of our Tower of Annihilation? Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were burning. I can live, but... Xiao Long was really shocked this time. Sir! You really do whatever you want to do. You even dare to think and do this? Not to mention the follow-up of this matter, just the feasibility of this matter itself was too dangerous. It was almost certain death. Once that snake realizes what's going on, you'll never be able to escape. Zhuo Xiaoduo had other plans. So what if I can't escape? Can't I not run? Why must he run? The snake was still trying its best to swallow and spit out the inner core, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. The snake cave must be empty. Chance. Zhuo Xiaoduo made up his mind. Go all out, go all out. Suddenly, Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his body's speed to the limit. Once again, he performed the long sky-flying catkins body technique. While paying attention to his body's concealment, he also performed the Tianyuan escape technique. Like a wisp of smoke, he rushed into the huge snake cave. After rushing in, he followed the path that Xiao Long had pointed out and flew down 3,000 feet. Like strands of catkins flying into the huge snake cave. On the walls of the cave on both sides, there were countless tiny holes that could be seen with the naked eye. Colorful venomous snakes wriggled their fat bodies in and out of them. If one looked at it this way, the entire cave walls seemed to be made up of poisonous snakes. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not distracted. In a flash, he reached the bottom of the cave. What he didn't know was that at this moment, the 6 Shiyu brothers were chatting and laughing as they walked to the entrance of the cave from above. They were exercising their body techniques and floating down, ready to continue their work. Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed all the way to the bottom of the cave. At a glance, he saw his target. It was a strange-looking fruit tree. On the fruit tree, there was a half-red, half-white fruit hanging on the branch. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not hesitate. He did not even have time to take a closer look at the fruit tree. The moment he landed, he grabbed the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel in his hand. He was like a little mouse dragging a big shovel. His body landed with the shovel. He activated all his cultivation, gritted his teeth, stared, and shoveled down without a care. Poof. 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 With 3 consecutive shovels, the soil and stones tens of meters below were all pried out. The whole pile was tens of cubic meters. It was all kept in the Tower of Annihilation. Then, he jumped down and burrowed into the soil. He stuffed the Tower of Annihilation into the deepest part of the soil. Then, he hurriedly burrowed into the Tower of Annihilation as well. His heart was thumping wildly. I got it. What was the reaction of that stinky snake? Would it discover me? From start to finish, the whole process took less than 3 seconds. This was simply like a sudden clap of thunder that left no time to cover one's ears while stealing a bell. Zhuo Xiaoduo swore that the speed at which he detonated at this moment was definitely the fastest he had ever done in his life. After this, as his cultivation increased, there might be times when he could be even faster. But before this, there was no such time. Even when he used the hammer of 1,000 spirits with all his strength, it was not as fast as this. It was just this fast, that Shi Yu and the other 5 people floated down. They had just eaten the snake spirit grass and were feeling refreshed. Even their moods were extremely good. They raised their qi, lightened their bodies, and descended. But why did it seem like there was a person below? There was a person. Fuck. There was a person. The 6 people's eyes widened abruptly. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They saw that person holding the big shovel and shoveling it down 3 times in a row. Then, that strange fruit at the bottom, that ancestor snake had been guarding for thousands of years. Just like that, it disappeared along with the fruit tree and a large piece of land. Then, that person seemed to have jumped. And disappeared as well. What the fuck? What the fuck? At this moment, the 6 people were dumbfounded. This time, they were really dumbfounded. To be honest, even if they had nightmares, they would never dream of such a strange thing. In the nest of the king of star beasts, at the bottom, the most precious thing that had been guarded for thousands of years was taken away by someone just like that. Are you fucking kidding me? Or did I see wrongly just now? Shi Yu suddenly lowered her body and came to the edge of the pit in a flash. Venerable Snake and the other 4 people also followed and stood at the edge of the pit. He saw that this huge pit was in a very irregular shape. It could be seen how abrupt, how hurried, and how unexpected the change was. In the middle, the most precious. And also the most precious. Where was that tree? Where was that fruit? Where was it? It was really gone. At this moment, the 6 people were still in a state of confusion. But the 6 people looked at each other and the same thought flashed through their minds at the same time. They exclaimed in unison, "Oh no! The treasure was gone." But at this moment, the 6 of them were standing at the edge of this pit. Standing at the scene of a crime. The 6 of them and the person just now had arrived at the left side of that strange fruit tree almost at the same time. If Ancestor Snake came back, what would it think? The consequences. Shi Yu and the others did not even dare to think about it. They had just eaten the snake spirit grass and felt that they had reached the peak of their lives. Until now, their nerves were still high. But why did a big pot suddenly fall from the sky? It was directly placed on their heads. Let's go. At this moment, Shi Yu's blood rushed to her head. At this moment, her mind was numb and she saw stars. She was already scared out of her wits. Subconsciously, this was the only word that came to her mind. Leave this troublesome place. This was the only thought in her mind. Catch the thief. What kind of joke is this? Damn it, is this the time to catch the thief? Now is the time to run for their lives. That Snake King. No matter how much of a Snake King it was still a snake in its bones. It would not be reasonable. Not to mention sentiments. The six of them turned around at the same time. Then the six of them felt cold all over because they saw a huge snake head hanging in midair at the entrance of the pit. It was sinking down. Two huge snake eyes shone down like searchlights. Its eyes were burning. The huge snake eyes saw the six of them at the edge of the pit. Then, it saw the pit. Pit? The Snake King was confused. But then, it saw the horrified faces of the six people and looked at the empty pit. At this moment, the Snake King's mind was blank. Its snake eyes were dazed for a moment. Oh heavens, oh earth! I have been guarding this place for a total of 3,600 years. 3,600 years. Now, you are telling me that the thing I have been guarding is a treasure that is only half a month away from being swallowed. Where did it go? Where did it go? Fuck you guys. A surging aura suddenly exploded like a nuclear bomb. The Snake King's anger rose to the extreme at this moment. It could explode the heaven and earth and shatter the universe. It was unknown how angry the Snake King was. The Snake King, who had never roared like that, had actually activated a new skill due to its extreme anger. It let out a roar similar to that of the Tiger King. It had learned a foreign language out of anger. Chapter 592. The Snake King was so angry that he was dumbfounded. At first, he felt that it was quite good. He had 6 subordinates to help him clean up, do some chores, and prepare food. This kind of life was quite comfortable. He went out comfortably. The sun was great today. He spat out his inner core and absorbed some sun energy. Comfortable. His body was so lazy from the sun that he wanted to sleep. It was too comfortable. These 6 human ants are really quite obedient. How about I give them 2 more snake spirit grass as a reward? It was quite good. But just when it was at its most comfortable, and the entire snake was feeling lazy, that he suddenly felt a little strange. What was strange about it? He was suspicious. He thought for a while. Fuck. Why was the aura of the snake soul fruit gone? The snake formation that was soaring to the sky suddenly collapsed. It turned around and drilled into the hole anxiously. Its movement was extremely fast. It turned around and drilled into the hole, not even caring that its thick waist was twisted. It turned around and saw it. It saw a big hole. My baby, it's gone. Beside the hole, the 6 detestable humans who should have become my feces but were taken in by me. They were actually standing beside the hole. Fuck your grandmother. The Snake King exploded. His huge spiritual power shook the void. Where are the treasures? Down below, Shiyu and the other 5 brothers were at a loss. They didn't know how to respond or react. Where are the treasures? You ask me? Who should I ask? I wanted to cry but no tears came out. Really, at this moment, I just want to know who the hell dug this big hole for me. You fucking chose the right time to do this. Too little. Even if we were outside and you came to steal it. When we were floating down, you took it away. Oh my God, what kind of black injustice is this? What kind of hole is this? It can bury a god. Facing the Snake King's questioning, the 6 of them were dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. The Snake King's fury rose to another level, and it completely exploded. After another roar, its huge body swooped down without warning. It was crazy. In its huge eyes, the 6 ants below, the 6 snake slaves, the 6 stinky ants. They actually pulled out their weapons. Are they trying to kill me? Ungrateful bastard. Traitorous things. Despicable and shameless things. Despicable and dirty things. Shameless things. At this moment, the grievances in the Snake King's heart could not be washed away. I fed you, nourished you, and made you stronger. For so many years, I took care of you like I took care of my own sons. That is this how you repay me? You ate and drank from me, took my things, trained my skills, in the end. You stole my most important treasure, and now you want to kill me. The huge head of the snake was filled with madness and hatred. At this moment, there was no more room for buffering, no more chance to explain. Shiyu only had time to shout, "It wasn't us." But then, he said, "Let's fight." The Snake King, who could completely understand human language, was already charging down. When he heard that, he became even angrier. "It wasn't you guys who did it, yet you still want to fight with me? What the fuck?" The six of them drew their swords and sabers together. They used all their cultivation and rushed up with a roar. This was the real life and death situation. If they used less strength, they could be killed on the spot. They knew very well how powerful the Snake King was. Even if the six of them were not ants, they were not that strong in front of him. At this moment of life and death, they could only go all out and fight for a chance of survival. It was either life or death. Realizing this, the five venerable snakes gave it their all and risked their lives. However, at this moment, the absolute leader of the six, Shiyu, suddenly paused for a moment. Just as he was rushing with all his might, he paused for a moment. With this pause, he fell to the back of the six and became the five venerable snakes who rushed up to meet the Snake King. The Snake King looked down from above. The five venerable snakes roared crazily. Their swords and sabers shone brilliantly at the same time. Saber chi and sword chi crisscrossed for hundreds of feet. "Boss, let's go." One of the venerable snakes roared, and then subconsciously looked back. "What boss? Leave quickly." Boss has already left. Humans were always so strange. A moment ago, they were still shouting, "Boss, leave quickly." If the boss did not leave and stayed to die, everyone would cry, shout, and curse, "Why don't you leave? If you don't leave, what's the point of our sacrifice?" However, when you shouted, "Boss, leave quickly," the boss had already left. Then, everyone would feel a sense of betrayal and anger. "Fuck, we were fighting for you, but you really left. Where's your heart? Where's the brotherhood we agreed on?" However, they did not have time to think about all this. They did not even have time to curse. The five of them had already collided with the Snake King. The Snake King was furious and came down aggressively. Its power was so great that it was unstoppable. Crack, crack, crack. The five venerable snakes' swords and sabers all broke, but half of them pierced into the Snake King's body. After all, it was the combined power of the five of them. In addition, the Snake King was angry and did not have the heart to defend. Even though its skin was thick, it was still full of wounds and dripping with blood. However, the five of them only suffered more serious injuries. They were all sent flying backwards, blood spurting out of their mouths. The Snake King continued to press down. The five of them smiled bitterly. "Since we called you boss, we might as well fulfill your wish." A loud roar. The five of them, who were originally flying backwards, suddenly came to a stop. Then, they charged forward in unison. Then, there was a loud bang. The five of them knew that they were not going to survive. They self-destructed at the same time, using the last of their willpower to fulfill the brotherhood. This was the extreme self-destruction of five royal god experts. The power was boundless. Although there had been spirit-reigning cultivators who had lost their lives to the centipede queen's sharp claws, they had all put up a desperate struggle to survive, hoping to be rescued. They had been severely injured and poisoned, so their remaining strength was less than 100%. Even if they self-destructed, it would be meaningless. As for the five snake-revered masters, although they took the Snake King's attack with hatred, they were the ones who risked their lives first. They had used up all of their cultivation, so the injuries they suffered were limited. However, when they saw that their big brother Shiyu had disregarded their brotherhood and ran away on his own, they were all filled with the will to die. Therefore, they fused all of their true essence, chi, blood, life, and even their divine souls into this final self-detonation attack. If you don't leave, we will self-destruct to open the way for you and let you go. Because you are our big brother. We are willing to do it. If that is the case, even if we die with a smile. How comfortable and worth it would be to die. However, if you leave ha 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 boss. We brothers wish you a smooth escape, and then be caught by your enemy. Then, you will live forever. It would be best if you are caught by Vice Principal Cheng. Then, you will live forever. The entire cliff collapsed with a loud rumble as the 5 royal gods self-detonated. The Snake King, who bore the brunt of the impact, fell back from the impact. His body was full of holes, and a large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain. The entire cliff was like a huge mountain, crashing down with a loud bang. The Snake King's huge body was sent tumbling by the sudden fall of the mountain. At this time, a figure rushed out like lightning, holding 2 big handfuls of snake spirit grass in his hands. Who else could it be but Shiyu? The Snake King, who was falling back, saw this scene and became even more furious. Traitor! In extreme anger and hatred, he ignored his injuries and used all of his strength to pull out his snake tail. The long snake tail drew a mysterious trajectory that could split heaven and earth as it chased after Shiyu. Shiyu's body flashed out of the cave, and he waved his hands to push away a few big rocks, trying to escape. However, the huge snake tail was already chasing after him. With a puff, the sword that Shiyu treasured like his life was thrown out of his hands. At the same time, he used all of his cultivation to push forward with all of his strength. This was a real fight. If he did not fight, he would lose his life. With a loud bang, the Snake King let out a sharp scream. The snake tail was first pierced by the long sword, and then it collided with Shiyu's head-on. It was an extreme collision of enormous strength. The poor Snake King was first hit by the extreme self-explosion of the 5 snake venerables, and his body was severely injured. Then, he was crushed by the huge mountain. He tried to pull out his tail to chase after the traitor, but he was hit by the traitor's sword and palm. A big hole was created in the snake tail, and it was penetrated from the front to the back. A huge amount of blood gushed out like a torrential flood. The Snake King roared and twisted his body. A mouthful of venom was also spat out like a mountain flood. On the opposite side, Shiyu was hit by the snake tail head-on. He was also not in a good condition. With a muffled groan, blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. His internal organs were ruptured, and his face was pale as paper. He was like a kite with a broken string, and he was sent flying more than 300 meters. With a bang, he crashed into an ironwood tree. With a shake, blood gushed out of his mouth like it was free. There were even pieces of his internal organs mixed in with the blood. Almost 60% of the bones in his body were broken by the snake tail. He struggled to get up and hurriedly pounced to one side. There was no other way. The Snake King's last mouthful of venom covered a wide area. Even Shiyu would not be able to withstand the venom that the Snake King had spat out using his vitality as the foundation. Especially when he was heavily injured. He pounced with all his might and rushed out 60 meters, finally avoiding the area covered by the venom. However, one of his ankles was still stained by the Snake King's venom. Chi. The muscles on his calf started to smoke, and a pale green color quickly spread to his upper body. Ah. Shiyu screamed, but he still took out a sword from his space ring. Without any hesitation, he chopped off his right leg from the base of his thigh. Chapter 593. Poof! With a flash of the sword, an entire leg was cut off from the thigh. This was the venomous snake bites the hand, warrior severs the wrist. However, Shiyu was even more thorough, directly cutting off the thigh. The entire leg that was cut off flew out. At first, it was still a little white, but almost instantly, it turned into a pale green color. Then, it sizzled with smoke, and finally, turned into a puddle of pus. Ah ah ah. Shiyu screamed miserably. With one hand on the ground and one leg on the ground, her entire body was like a toad with a broken limb. However, her speed was still extremely fast. As she jumped, she stopped the bleeding. In just a few breaths, she had actually jumped a few hundred meters. Shiyu understood very well. She was still far from escaping the trap. The opportunity in front of her was her last chance to escape. Once the Snake King crawled out of the landslide, he would be dead for sure if he couldn't escape far away and find a safe place to hide. There was no way he would be lucky. As for her injuries. Fuck, how could she care about her injuries now? As she jumped, she stopped the bleeding. As she bled, she spat out blood, flesh, and internal organs. Yes, in another sense, she was multitasking. Speaking of which, until now, Shiyu still did not understand what was going on. The time was really too short. Everything happened so suddenly. Before she could understand anything, it had already happened. She really did not have time to react. She could only act passively and run all the way to the end, completely taking the blame for everything that happened. But what was going on? It seemed like she had jumped down and realized that the treasure was gone. Even the tree, the fruit, and the land were all gone. Then, the Snake King came back and started fighting. The 5 beasts self-destructed, the mountain collapsed, and then it was her turn to fight with the snake tail. Yes, she left the battle group to collect the snake spirit grass. That was because she had no other choice. Besides, that was not the main point. Anyway, she was then sent flying, sprayed with venom, and now, she jumped more than 1,000 meters with one leg and one hand. Taking everything into account, it only took about half a minute from start to finish. The landslide over there was still not over yet. It would probably continue for a while longer. But the time left for her was definitely not much. And the 5 good brothers who had followed her for so many years. Now, their lives were really over. But why did all of this happen? Who the hell set me up? Who stole the snake soul fruit? It was too unfair. I've been wronged. Shiyu felt that even if it was snowing in June, she still wouldn't be able to tell everyone about her grievances. On the other side, the mountain continued to rumble. The Snake King's furious roar continued, but its body was too huge. The entire mountain collapsed, and it was in the midst of the landslide when it was heavily injured and sent flying back. It was impossible for him to escape in a short period of time. It was unrealistic. However, it was truly burning with impatience and could not wait any longer. The huge snake was so angry that blood was spurting out of its mouth. It was so angry that one of its fangs was broken. Despicable and shameless humans. I will never let you off. Shiyu had forgotten himself and was jumping up and down with all his might. He could clearly feel the pain in his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. All the bones in his body were creaking, and the muscles on his body were falling off one after another. Even his consciousness was about to blur. The blood in his body had almost dried up because of his multiple injuries. However, he still didn't dare to stop. He didn't dare to stop at all. There was only a possibility of death now. However, if the Snake King chased after him, he would definitely die. A possibility and a certainty were 2 completely different concepts. He desperately jumped with one hand and one foot supporting himself. In one breath, he had jumped more than 20 miles away from the Snake King's lair. Shiyu's heart was finally slightly comforted. However, he still didn't dare to relax and continued to jump with all his might. Suddenly, he saw a pair of feet in front of him. A pair of feet covered in mud. A cold voice said, "How tired are you to jump like this? I'm doing a good deed. I'll bring you along." Shiyu was shocked when he heard this. He almost couldn't breathe. He raised his head and saw a person looking at him with a frosty face. There was an eye-catching scar on his face that split diagonally from the bridge of his nose. It clearly divided his face into 2 halves. Shiyu's breath was instantly released. He laughed bitterly. So it's you, Vice Principal Cheng. To die in your hands, to die in your scheme, we are not wronged. Vice Principal Cheng snorted coldly. He was filled with extreme hatred as he said, die. Shiyu, do you think there's such a good thing in this world? He grabbed Shiyu and slapped his dantian. Then, he picked him up with one hand and broke through the thick fog like lightning. He sped away. For Vice Principal Cheng, everything in front of him was like a fantasy. However, this dream was too beautiful. It was so beautiful that it was a little unreal. Even if Vice Principal Cheng were to design it himself, he wouldn't dare to make it up like this. Today, Shiyu's cultivation was at the peak of the returning profound realm. The 5 snake venerables under him were all at the royal god realm. With such strength, if he faced them head-on, not only would he not be a match, he would also die without a doubt. He hid in the swamp and didn't dare to move. All he wanted was to find a chance to get out and spread the news. He couldn't die here for nothing. What he thought was so simple. That was all. However, things in the world were so mysterious. He watched as Shiyu and the other 5 walked back, chatting and laughing along the way as they entered the huge snake cave. Then, the strangest and most unbelievable things of his life happened one after another. First, the Snake King, who was lazily drying his inner core, suddenly turned back into the cave as if his butt was on fire. Then, there was a great shaking of heaven and earth, and the world was turned upside down. He clearly heard one of the 5 snake venerables yell, "Boss, run quickly." Then, there was an extremely loud explosion. Based on Vice Principal Cheng's years of experience, such a big commotion couldn't be caused by a royal god's self-detonation. But what had happened? Could it be that all 5 snake venerables self-detonated? But what happened? Why did it have to be like this? Then, there was a landslide. Then, the Snake King's huge body flew out and the whole mountain crashed down. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on the giant snake. At this time, Shiyu flashed out. The Snake King fought back with all his might, his tail sweeping wildly. The Snake King and Shiyu collided violently. Shiyu was seriously injured and sent flying. Vice Principal Cheng saw all of this. He even heard the sound of Shiyu's bones breaking and the cracking of bones all over her body. Then, he saw a huge mouthful of venom thousands of meters away, which turned into a waterfall and came over. Shiyu acted like a poisonous snake, biting its hand and broke its leg. Moreover, it was cut off from the thigh. Vice Principal Cheng couldn't help but sigh at the miracle of human life and resilience. In such an extreme situation, he jumped like a toad with one leg and went crazy for 20 to 30 miles. Although he didn't understand what was going on. But if he didn't take advantage of such an opportunity and didn't grasp it, Vice Principal Cheng would have lived his life in vain. He made a prompt decision to rush out of the swamp and effortlessly capture Shiyu. This was double the truth. Vice Principal Cheng had long given up the extravagant hope of capturing Shiyu with his own strength. He had already prepared to self-detonate and perish together with the other party. Even the most ideal result was to take away a few of them by self-detonation. With the current cultivation strength of these 6 people, it was impossible to take away all of them. But he had to take revenge. Even if he had to self-detonate, he had to vent his anger and end this blood feud. But now, not only were the other 5 murderers dead, he had also effortlessly captured the biggest culprit. It was as easy as running into the mountains and casually picking a mushroom. Jianghu. Jianghu is really mysterious. Vice Principal Cheng took Shiyu away for less than 3 minutes. An earth-shaking roar filled the surroundings. The huge body of the star beast Snake King soared into the sky and rushed out of the Snake Valley like an aircraft carrier. It rushed out of the fog and crazily rushed towards the densest area of the crowd. Die, 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 die. The Snake King's mental power shook the void, causing the sky to change color. The clouds in the sky gathered crazily and lightning was summoned by the Snake King. Boom, 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 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Outside, countless bounty hunters were running around like headless flies. The people of Hidden Dragon High School occupied the highest mountain peak. Everyone was tense and alert, paying close attention to all the movements around them. Although there were occasional quarrels, it was not important and did not affect the overall situation. Only the occasional tiger roar from the other side intimidated everyone. There were also a few angry roars from the Centipede Queen. Give me back my playmate. All in all, the overall situation was still relatively stable and peaceful. Other than the 2 groups of people suddenly fighting and ending the battle quickly, there were no other extreme incidents. Only the shadows of people were still flying back and forth in the forest like lightning. But these movements were destined to be futile. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not near at all. How could he discover anything? Moreover, everyone knew in their hearts that before Zhuo Xiaoduo appeared, even if there was chaos, it would not be too chaotic. But, at this moment, from the direction of the Snake Valley, which had been relatively peaceful and also relatively far away, there was suddenly an earth-shattering loud noise. Everyone was an expert in cultivation. How could they not know that this was obviously a crazy self-detonation? And it was not the self-detonation of an ordinary expert. An ordinary person would not be able to achieve such an effect. A powerful self-detonation that could cause a landslide, how could an ordinary cultivator do that? Then, the furious roar of the Snake King resounded through the sky. Chapter 594. On the mountain top, Yi Changqing and the others suddenly stood up. Their faces were solemn. They instinctively felt that the commotion had something to do with Zhuo Xiaoduo again. But what did this kid do? How could he cause such a big commotion? Yi Changqing was full of worry as he looked at the slowly rising mushroom cloud. What was going on? At this moment, in the thick fog ahead, a figure suddenly broke through the clouds. His speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. He did not stop at all and went straight to the highest mountain peak. And in his hand, there was a person. Yi Changqing recognized the person at a glance. He could not help but be overjoyed. Brother Cheng. Who is that in your hand? He thought that Vice Principal Cheng had brought Zhuo Xiaoduo out. He was about to go forward to cover them when he suddenly realized that it was not Zhuo Xiaoduo. Who was this? Why did Vice Principal Cheng bring him out? Also, that person seemed to be too pitiful. He was almost half a person. His entire thigh was gone. Ha ha ha. My great enemy has been caught today. Vice Principal Cheng laughed heartily. He was extremely happy. He flew over like a rainbow and rushed directly to the mountain top. However, the moment he rushed to the top, he said something in a low voice. Go. Go. Come with me. Snake King has gone crazy. He will be here in the blink of an eye. Without stopping, he carried Shiyu from the other side and jumped down. He took the lead and left. Yi Changqing laughed. This is great. After so many years of resentment, I finally got my revenge. Go go go, let's go and watch. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone from Hidden Dragon High School and flew down together. As old partners for thousands of years, their cooperation was so good that it made one gasp in amazement. Or rather, it made one's hair stand on end. There was not a trace of stagnation or any other disharmony. Our own people can leave, but those bastards can't. If they leave, who will Snake King fight with? Therefore, not only do we have to leave, but we also have to keep these people in check and not let them leave. As a result, the members of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School all disappeared and left. They left behind the people of Jianghu who were confused and did not know what to do. Why did I see that the person who just came was carrying someone? Could it be Zhuo Xiaoduo? Idiot, the person who just came is Vice Principal Cheng of Hidden Dragon High School. The scar on his face is so obvious. The person he is carrying a person was seriously injured and even lost a leg. But it is definitely not Sui Xiao Duo because that person's aura is weak. That is a sign that his cultivation has been crippled. So, the enemy. At least, it is not Sui Xiao Duo. Since you are so analytical, why don't you analyze what is going on? Why is there a landslide over there? What is happening? What enemy? Had he taken his revenge? What was all this about? Is that class representative coming out to explain again? Shadows swayed. Dozens of people crossed the void and arrived at the highest mountain in an instant. It was the mountain where Hidden Dragon High School was just a moment ago. They frowned. What is going on? Something big must have happened. But there was no need to guess anymore. Because the truth had already appeared. A fishy wind suddenly filled the air. Everyone felt the sky turn dark. When they looked up, they were all shocked. In the sky not far away, a long worm the size of an aircraft carrier suddenly appeared. Snake King. Snake King actually came out of the Snake Valley and came over. That huge body seemed to cover the sky. Poisonous fog was flowing all over its body and it was even spurting blood. As Snake King came out, the clouds in the sky suddenly gathered. Roar. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open and their whole body trembled. Damn it. We have heard of tigers and lions roaring like that, but when did we hear of a snake roaring like that? What exactly happened that stimulated Snake King to learn a foreign language? At this moment, there was no time to be surprised. Running away was the most important thing. In an instant, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. All of them were cursing Hidden Dragon High School in their hearts. Too evil. This bunch of old bastards. You should have said something. Damn it, you only cared about running for your life. You actually said a few words to stabilize us here. In the end, there was such a big guy behind us that it was obvious that you wanted to drag us into the water and feed us to the snake first. This bunch of bastards, each and every one of you is evil. But the Snake King, who was unable to restrain its anger, had already reached the point where it could not differentiate between right and wrong. As long as it was a human, it was its enemy and its target. After another roar, it swayed its head and swung its tail, swooping down. With a casual spit of its mouth, the entire area was filled with poisonous rain. A series of screams rang out continuously. Following that, crackling sounds could be heard. Thunder and lightning fell from the clouds and smashed into the forest. Hundreds of bounty hunters had been turned into charcoal in just this one batch. Snake King furiously chased after them. As long as it was a human, it would not let a single one of them go. Give me back my treasure. Give me back my treasure, you bunch of dead two-legged beasts. All of you die, Its huge body clashed crazily in the forest, circling back and forth. In an instant, the entire area was turned into a mess. Even if it was a forest that was continuously hit by meteorites, at this moment, the degree of devastation was several times, tens of times, hundreds of times more than before. Countless experts hated that they did not have two more legs at this moment. They were unable to escape faster. Even the experts who thought that they had the strength to deal with this Snake King were retreating far away at this moment to avoid its sharp edge. This snake was obviously crazy. A good person would not get angry with a cow, let alone a huge snake whose mind was in a mess. But everyone was puzzled. What was wrong with this snake? Why was it so agitated? It was as if its wife had been slept with. Snake King roared crazily and attacked. Thunder and lightning struck as it madly chased after them. It rushed in the direction with the most people. In an instant, the entire area became a no-man's land. The huge Snake King was unwilling to give up. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward Tiger King's territory. Roar. 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 Tiger King panicked when he saw this and roared repeatedly to stop it. What the fuck? What's wrong with me? Why are you rushing toward me? Normally, we don't interfere with each other's business. I'm not afraid of you. Snake King seemed to have sobered up a little. When it realized that this was already Tiger King's territory, it made a turn and rushed out from the side, continuing to chase after all the humans within its sight. These damn two-legged beasts, they're all dead, the rumbling outside gradually stopped. Zhuo Xiaoduo crawled out from the bottom of Snake King's nest in fear. Oh my god, what's going on? What happened after that? This is simply a scene of devastation. Didn't I just steal a tree from you? Is there a need for this? How can the scene be so big? Oh my god. Its temper is so fucking explosive. As Zhuo Xiaoduo crawled out, his spatial ring was filled with a few hundred brightly colored snakes. These were naturally the snakes that were originally on the walls of the cave. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was still in a daze due to landslide, charged the dragon blood flying dagger with energy. Of course, there were many complete snakes with beautiful skin. They were all packed up by Zhuo Xiaoduo. These were all money, how could he waste it? In life, wasting is the biggest sin, Zhuo Xiaoduo's quote, that at the start of the explosion, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was in the Void Extermination Tower, was swaying left and right, unable to control himself. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but worry that the Void Extermination Pagoda would be shattered. Fortunately, he had hidden it well enough. Moreover, the battle between Snake King and Shi Yu and the other 5 happened in mid-air. Snake King rushed down, while Shi Yu rushed up. Naturally, they were above the extreme of the ground. As everyone knew, the power of the explosion went up. Zhuo Xiaoduo was really lucky. The Tower of Annihilation was still safe and sound. After a long while after the explosion, Zhuo Xiaoduo trembled and carefully climbed up. Under the search of Xiaolong, he found a spatial ring that was not destroyed. Of course, he kept it with a clear conscience, but still felt a little regretful. 5 people exploded together. How could only 1 ring be left? Why not all of them? At least 3 or 4 rings should be left. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was filled with regret. He quietly crawled out of the rubble and looked around. Well, the result was quite good. The entire Snake Valley could be said to have been destroyed. It was almost impossible to see its original appearance. After being informed by Xiaolong, Zhuo Xiaoduo certainly knew what had happened. However, he was clueless about the identities of the 6 people. I don't know who they are. Sigh, but they must be seniors of the Jianghu. How could I bear to cheat them like this? Zhuo Xiaoduo felt very guilty. Long, I am sorry for what I did to these seniors. Look around again and see if there are any spatial rings left by them. I will help them keep them. If there is an opportunity, I will do good for them and help the poor, such as the students of the Hidden Dragon High School. Xiaolong was speechless. He had reached his limit. You are thinking too much.
Being able to keep one spatial ring after such a self-destruction of a reigning spirit is already a great fortune, and you actually want more? There is no more, there will never be more. Zhuo Xiaoduo hung the void stone in front of his chest and searched around the Snake Valley. Then, he left this place. At this moment, even here, he could still hear the sound of Snake King fighting outside. That madness, that grief, that it made Master Zhuo want to cry tears of sympathy. He could not help but want to go and comfort him. After all, he is a monster king. How can no one cooperate with him? He will fight in the front and I will follow behind to help him keep the spatial rings and other trophies.
Chapter 595. I'll put in a little effort to help him clean up. To make up for the trauma of me taking away his snake soul fruit. Anyway, this great demon king has never been interested in those ugly little rings. I'll put in a little effort to help him keep them and then help him digest them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too wasteful for such a great demon king to kill so many people? Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure was like lightning. He flew out excitedly but cautiously. Just as he walked out of the Snake Valley, he saw 7 or 8 corpses. Zhuo Xiaoduo was instantly excited. Rings. These people's rings were still on their hands. They were clearly waiting for me. Zhuo Xiaoduo was delighted to see this and rushed over. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 8 rings were in his hands. He even used the dragon blood flying dagger to stab them. There was a flaw in the otherwise perfect situation. These people were already dead. To the dragon blood flying dagger, they could not absorb the slightest bit of blood. What a pity! What a pity! Zhuo Xiaoduo stood up and ran forward. He searched along the way. Stone pits, forests, pools that he plundered along the way and rarely missed anything. Yes, with Xiao Long's help, it would be difficult to miss anything. Everyone, please rest in peace. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered as he plundered. You all came to kill me. Now that I have an important matter to attend to, I really don't have time to collect your corpses. Anyway, you are all fugitives. You must have been prepared to expose your corpses in the wilderness. It's reasonable. As a person of the pugilistic world, this is the pugilistic world. Of course, you're here to kill me, so you've caused me a considerable amount of indescribable mental damage. Consider the spatial rings you left behind as compensation for my mental damage. Although it's not enough, I'll accept it. Everyone, rest in peace. Everyone often says that at most, you'll be a hero again after 18 years. Now is the time to prove the truth of this sentence. Everyone, please find the Snake King and the Centipede King in your next life to take revenge. In this life, the grudges between you and me are settled. Everything has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Zhuo Xiaoduo leaped a few hundred meters, his eyes were like lightning as he continued to search around. Finally. Fuck. Why are there so many rings in front? There are still a lot of dead people. Zhuo Xiaoduo's current movement speed was based on the level of the Tianyuan escape skill. He was like a shadow, shuttling back and forth among the corpses. In the distance, they could still vaguely see the Snake King's roars. It was still fighting, and it was still stirring up monstrous waves. It chased after the group of martial artists until they fled pathetically. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to loot from behind and reaped all the benefits. This time, the Snake King had gone crazy and killed a lot of people. One had to know that when Snake King rushed out, it was the time when the crowd outside was the most densely packed. The first wave of collisions had created an effect similar to a bomb exploding. Zhuo Xiaoduo collected a lot of space rings in an instant, but the number was only less than half of the total number of people who had died. Whoosh whoosh. Several figures hurried over from afar. The Snake King had killed so many people here and left behind piles of space rings. No one was a fool. Naturally, Zhuo Xiaoduo was not the only one who was worried about it. There were many others who were worried about it. No, to be more precise. Everyone who was still alive was worried about it. This was a huge fortune, and everyone knew it clearly in their hearts. It was just that the Snake King had not gone far before, so no one dared to come over. However, at this moment, the Snake King was in a towering rage. It was already a little far from here. Those who were quick-witted immediately reacted to the situation and rushed over at the same time. In all directions, there were figures flashing and diving in this direction. Those who were rushing over saw a guy from afar. He was diligently dodging left and right at his destination, and he seemed to be so happy that he could not even close his mouth. Everyone's blood was boiling, and they were furious. That scoundrel! One of them shouted, "Put them all down." Zhuo Xiaoduo ignored him and once again grabbed the 2 rings in his hand. However, The fierce qi from all directions had already descended rapidly and surrounded him from all sides. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly rolled more than 10 meters away. Then, he used the Tianyuan escape technique without looking back. Whoosh! He turned into a puff of white smoke. It was time to leave. It was important to leave this place. As he rolled, his wig coincidentally fell off, revealing his shiny bald head. The people who had landed did not notice this at all. They were only looking at the fingers of the corpses around them. At first glance, they could not help but feel their internal organs burning and their eyes filled with anger. Most of the corpses had no rings on their fingers. Regardless of whether it was rings, bracelets, belts, anything that could be made into space equipment had all disappeared without a trace. Many people turned around angrily and glared. That bastard. Fuck. Bald head. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Fuck. That's Zhuo Xiaoduo. It's really Zhuo Xiaoduo. They turned their heads so quickly that they could see the bald head flashing in the distance. They shouted almost subconsciously. There were also other people who had just flown over and were still in the air. They saw the shiny bald head even more clearly. Zhuo Xiaoduo. This was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it by chance. In an instant, more than 10 people had already chased over. Then, hundreds of people turned around. Almost no one cared about the rings that might have slipped through the net on the ground. However, the crowd chased all the way through the forest, chased. Zhuo Xiaoduo had disappeared again. Many experts who had rushed over were dumbfounded. They were so close, so how could he disappear while chasing? He's just in the embryonic breathing realm. How can he be so slippery? How is it possible? Countless people cursed. Was this still in the embryonic breathing realm? Not only was his speed ridiculously fast, but he could also hide his aura so perfectly. Was this really a student of the Hidden Dragon High School? And a freshman? The information couldn't be fake, right? If every student of the Hidden Dragon High School could do this, wouldn't the future of the Hidden Dragon High School dominate the world be set in stone? Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't go far. He just changed into another wig and quietly blended into the search crowd. With the void transformation stone on him, no one noticed him at all. They also couldn't detect his aura. Even if they saw him occasionally, they would only think that he was someone who was searching for Zhuo Xiaoduo like them. At this moment, he was gasping for breath. This time, he had been too greedy. If he hadn't taken the last 2 rings, he would have been able to escape perfectly and wouldn't have exposed his whereabouts. But now, he could only rely on the void transformation stone to avoid danger. However, this further proved that the effect of the void transformation stone was really nature-defying. Long, are there many of these void transformation stones? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Not many. Of course, there's definitely more than this one, Xiao Long said. Oh. Those who are able to obtain this kind of void transformation stone are all extremely lucky people. This thing can only be obtained from falling meteorites. It's extremely rare. Because the meteorites that contain the void transformation stone are only ordinary meteorites without any energy, it's very difficult to find this thing inside. But if you find it, it might be the biggest opportunity in your life. This thing is much more precious than any heaven and earth treasure. Because with this thing, as long as you work hard and increase your cultivation base and strength, you can take on many missions that are beyond your current strength. Compared to treasures, even though you can't say that you can get everything you want, there are still many more possibilities than other people. With this thing, you can be said to be successful in carrying out assassination missions. As long as the target isn't a super strong person who's too much stronger than you and can't be defeated at all, you can basically kill whoever you set your eyes on. It's already so close to you, but you still can't detect it. How can you not die? Xiao Long explained in detail. In other words, if you have this void transformation stone, it's basically like cheating all the way. the possibility of dying halfway will plummet, infinitely close to zero? It's not that exaggerated, but compared to ordinary people, it's 1,000 times less. Xiao Long said, there are always such accidents in this world, such as me. Previously, Ghost Killer also used a void transformation stone to protect himself, but I saw through it with my spiritual eyes. It's the end of the path of fortune. Apart from this kind of accident, as long as you're facing a living thing with divine sense, you can really completely block it, and there's no leak at all. Does that mean that as long as I don't meet a special existence like you, as long as I wear the void transformation stone, it's as if I don't exist? It's not that absolute. Once you meet a super expert whose divine sense has reached perfection and who has reached divine transcendence, you still won't be able to hide. But with your cultivation, boss, at least for a long time, you don't have to worry about meeting such immortals. I'm afraid that they won't even pay attention to you when they see you. Fuck what you said. Why does it sound so weird? While discussing the void transformation stone with Xiao Long, Sui Xiao Duo consciously walked toward the most secretive place, the place where it was easiest to hide. In a short time, they had already protruded from a stretch of valley, entered the border between the Centipede Queen and the Tiger King's territory, and scuttled into a dense forest, completely disappearing without a trace. What exactly is a void transformation stone? This. I don't know. There must be a source. Sui Xiao Duo didn't give up. Xiao Long was speechless for a long time. Of course there was a source. This thing fell from the starry sky, and the source was naturally among them, but who knew which star it fell from? Who knew what was going on with the meteorite shower that fell from the sky from time to time? I'm a dragon of fortune that was born on the continent of astral souls due to fate. If you ask me about things in the universe, how would I know? This thing is not afraid of too much. Sui Xiao Duo thought to himself. He was thinking about one thing. Over the years, those invincible assassins who claimed to come and go without a trace, could some of them have this void transformation stone on them? Chapter 596. Sui Xiao Duo was a little envious. Although not all of those powerful assassins had a void transformation stone, one thing was for sure, there were definitely people who had it. There was no doubt about that. Xiao Long had solemnly explained that there was more than one void transformation stone in this world. Sui Xiao Duo began to reflect. I have a bad habit of coveting it whenever I see someone else with it. Although I have one myself, I still covet it. It's wrong to have such thoughts. Those assassins didn't provoke me, why should I covet it? Sui Xiao Duo, you're too greedy. Sui Xiao Duo lectured himself. He couldn't help but think, what if they provoke me? In the distance, the sounds of battle were still ongoing. Then, an earth-shattering shriek suddenly rang out. Sui Xiao Duo looked toward the source of the shriek and saw the Snake King covered in blood. Its huge body was distorted in the air as it drifted toward a certain direction. Blood rained down from the sky like a downpour. Sui Xiao Duo found it strange. Something didn't seem right. The Snake King seemed to be falling toward the Centipede Valley. The Centipede Queen's territory. The Snake King flew directly over the Tiger King's territory. A huge black tiger suddenly soared up and roared fiercely. Don't come over. As expected, the Snake King didn't go over. Instead, it flew over the Tiger King's valley and the empty area. Then, it landed in the Centipede Valley with a boom. The next moment, the Centipede Queen's shrill shriek rang out in exasperation. You. Get out. The Snake King hissed. Its mentality surged, indicating that it was seriously injured and couldn't get out. The Centipede Queen's emotions exploded instantly. It was unusually furious. Fuck, you flew over so vigorously, and now you're telling me that you're injured and can't get out? Who are you trying to fool? You're obviously up to no good. I have treasures here. You can't stay in my territory. It flew into a rage. Its shriek shook the heavens and the earth. Its enormous mentality filled the air, and its battle intent was pointed directly at the Snake King. Damn snake, do you think I'm easy to bully? Get out of here. Get out of here. Go back to your Snake Valley. You piece of trash who doesn't even have legs. Get out. The Centipede Queen roared. Snake King retorted lazily, you're such an idiot that you can die of exhaustion from wearing shoes. Get lost. The Centipede Queen was really anxious. What was this stinky snake trying to do? The Snake King shook his head and wagged his tail, slowly treating his wounds in the Centipede Valley. He unleashed the power of his Niden and began to heal. He completely ignored the furious roar of the Centipede Queen. Get out. What kind of joke was this? I'm not going out. My Snake Valley no longer has anything good, why would I go back? But you still have it. Humph, you want me to leave without giving me half? Right now, I'm barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes. The two Demon Kings started an unprecedented confrontation in Centipede Valley. This point. Not only was Sui Xiao Duo at a loss, even the people outside were at a loss. The Snake King rushed out furiously and killed so many people in one breath, showing extreme anger and an attitude of not stopping until one of them was dead. Then, it only fought with some human experts beside the Tiger King's territory for a while before falling directly into Centipede Valley. What was going on? What kind of godly development was this? This didn't seem to match the previous situation of rage at all. Sui Xiao Duo pondered for a long time and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately understood and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This Snake King is truly sinister and cunning. It clearly knew that the good thing it had guarded for many years was gone, so it turned to get the elixir that the Centipede Queen guarded. In terms of the bloodline of the true dragon, the Centipede Queen certainly had it, but the true dragon bloodline in the Snake King's body was much more than the Centipede Queen's. And that dragon soul ginseng was a super good thing that both the Snake King and the Centipede Queen needed. The Snake King didn't come to snatch it previously mainly because of the snake soul fruit that it guarded. To the Snake King, this was already a good thing that wasn't inferior to the dragon soul ginseng. After eating the snake soul fruit, according to the innate talent of its race, it was actually easier to absorb and improve than the dragon soul ginseng. That was why it didn't come to snatch it. But now that the snake soul fruit was gone, the dragon soul ginseng was naturally the best substitute. How could it not come to snatch it? What a joke! Only the virtuous can obtain all the wealth in the world. I, the Snake King, am a virtuous person. When the Snake King rushed out of the Snake Valley, it was really furious. It was full of thoughts of destroying everything and killing everyone in its way. That was a rage that didn't care about anything, it was real. But as it rushed out and killed, this rage found a way to vent. As they gradually approached Centipede Valley, a different thought appeared in their minds. The Snake King, whose rage was gradually calming down, wouldn't forget that the big centipede that occupied this place was also guarding something good. Moreover, it was something that wasn't inferior to its own and was quite suitable for it. Immediately, it had the intention to beat the centipede at its own game. In a state of fury, it rushed over madly, I'm angry. I don't even know where to go. In the meantime, the Tiger King came out and roared, don't come over. The Snake King laughed. It's just the broken thing behind you. Only a stinky tiger like you thinks it's something good. I don't care about it. There are better things waiting for me to cherish. Therefore, as soon as the two sides came into contact, the Snake King immediately took a detour. But when it came to the Centipede Queen, since it was already here, it might as well take it as it came. It wouldn't leave even if it was beaten to death. The Snake King coiled into a snake formation in Centipede Valley. As it treated its wounds, its huge eyes flashed with coldness, cunning, and greed. This stinky centipede actually wants to chase me away. Are you leaving or not? The centipede queen's long whiskers cracked the void. The snake king hissed and roared, its spiritual power vibrating. I'm seriously injured now, and you actually want to chase me out? If I go out now, won't I be slaughtered by humans? What are you up to? The centipede queen was furious. If you're slaughtered, then so be it. What does it have to do with me? Now you're in my territory. No means no. You must leave. The snake king's spiritual power vibrated and it sneered. Humph, centipede queen, I thought we're all from the same lineage of the demon clan and star beasts. I didn't expect you to be so disloyal. You actually want to watch me die. The snake king said sternly, since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I'm not leaving. Let's see what you can do to me. You. Scoundrel, shameless. Humph, not only am I not leaving, but I also want that treasure of yours. Who asked you to be so disloyal? You asked for it. The snake king was spouting nonsense, but the more it spoke, the more righteous it became. It finally found a reason. The centipede queen was so angry that it was dumbfounded. There's actually such a shameless snake in this world. You're obviously here to snatch my good stuff, but you still want to find a reason to accuse me of being unrighteous. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The centipede queen was furious. You're just coveting my good stuff. Let me tell you, you're delusional. The snake king sneered. I didn't want to snatch it at first. I've been taking into account our many years of friendship. But now, your disloyalty has angered me. Now, at this moment, I must snatch it. This is the price you have to pay for being disloyal. The more the snake king spoke, the more it felt that it was reasonable. That's how it should be done. I didn't mean to snatch it from you, but you actually want to chase me away. You're so heartless. If I don't snatch it from you, who else should I snatch it from? The centipede queen was enraged by the snake king's behavior. It roared sharply and charged forward. I can't win against it. Why did it become my fault after all this talk? So, you're here to snatch it from me, and I'm the one who's sorry. How can this be explained in this way? But the problem was that as it continued, even the centipede queen felt. Why do I feel that this stinky snake's words make sense? But I'm so angry. How can this be? I'm so angry. Forget it, let's fight. The snake king roared angrily. You actually want to kill me? Centipede queen, I didn't expect you to be such a star beast. Have you forgotten the glory of the star beast ancestor? You've betrayed the agreement of your ancestors. You've betrayed the bloodline of the demon clan. The snake king was furious. It dodged and roared with grief and indignation. Centipede queen. You're too despicable, shameless, and heartless. Stop it. Stop it. You're really hitting me. You're hurting me. You. I'm fighting back, I'm fighting back. Ah. You want to kill me? Then I'll kill you first. The snake king rose with a loud rumble and charged forward. The centipede queen wasn't good with words. It was so angry that its antennae were straightened. I can't win against it. This stinky snake has a sharp tongue. Let's fight. No matter how reasonable you are, it's not as good as strength. Heaven and earth bear witness that the centipede queen wants to harm me. The demon ancestor will be a witness. Centipede queen, I'll punish you on behalf of the demon clan and the demon ancestor. Now that Snake King had found a reason to do so, he started to fight confidently. I'll punish you on behalf of the heavens. I'm open and above board. The two star beast kings started to fight. The battle was earth-shattering. Yes, it was really earth-shattering this time. The sun and moon lost their light. Zhuo Xiaoduo was hiding in a tree hole. He was truly in awe of the Snake King's actions. He could only admire the Snake King from the bottom of his heart. This Snake King is really too shameless. It's using the fact that I'm not the demon ancestor, and it still has the upper hand. How can it be reasonable? Compared to this snake, I'm still too thin-skinned. I need to learn. I need to strengthen myself. I need to strengthen myself. This battle was much more intense than the previous one. The two behemoths collided underground, and the entire valley shook. Then, the two demon kings soared into the air at the same time, continuing their battle in the air. Obviously, they were worried that their power would damage the spiritual herbs. The centipede queen, the spiritual herbs can't be damaged. I want to eat more. The snake king, the spiritual herbs can't be damaged. I want to eat more. The wind howled, and the trees below were all snapped. Intentionally or unintentionally, they were all moving towards the Tiger King Valley. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen, the Tiger Kings can be damaged, but that's not suitable for me. Awoo! A big black tiger rushed into the sky and roared. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Although it wasn't part of the battle, the Tiger King was still furious. You can fight in the Centipede Valley or the Snake Valley, but why are you fighting in the sky above me? You're worried that your spiritual herbs will be damaged, but I'm not afraid that my spiritual herbs will be damaged too. Damn it! These two bastards deserve to die. They deserve to die. I'm leaving. I'm going to take a bath and have a massage. I'm done updating today. Chapter 597. Stop fighting. The Tiger King's spiritual power also shook the void. His huge body flew into the air and spun around anxiously. However, both the Snake King and the Centipede Queen ignored him completely. Their bodies, which were hundreds of meters long, twisted and turned in the air as they fought crazily. Stop fighting just because you said so. Who do you think you are? If you want to fight, go to your side and fight. The Tiger King was furious. Go to our side and fight? Do you think we are stupid? It's because we can't fight there that we came here. The Centipede Queen screamed and spat out poisonous fog and venom. The Snake King also screamed and spat out poisonous fog and venom. As the battle continued, the Centipede Queen revealed its true form. Thousands of long, slender legs covered in black hair scratched and scratched crazily. 9 heads even rushed forward to bite. The Snake King screamed at the sky. Countless lightning bolts struck the Centipede Queen's body. That long tail was like a big stick with infinite power. It was soft but hard, and soft but soft. It continued to whip continuously, without end. The two demon kings each had their own strengths. One was up and one was down, up and down. The fight shook the void. Black spatial cracks flashed and appeared continuously. The scene was soul-stirring and frightening. None of the meteorites that fell from the sky were wasted. They were either sent flying by the Snake King or the Centipede King. Every single one of them crashed into the valley where the Tiger King was located. That damn tiger! His words were nice, but in reality, he just stood by the side and watched us fight. Despicable human ants always say to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Today, we are the ones being watched by the tiger. Let you watch, let you watch. I will smash you to death. The Tiger King rose into the air and ran back and forth. He roared crazily, "Are you provoking me?" I. Before it could finish its sentence, the Centipede Queen turned its head and spat out a mouthful of venom. The Snake King followed suit, turning its head and spitting out a mouthful of thick venom as well. What are you shouting for? Seeing this, the Tiger King became even more furious. All the hair on his body stood up. At this moment, He was extremely furious. I'm here to mediate. You two bastards actually dared to hit me. Do you think I have a good temper? With a loud explosion, energy surged out, instantly diverting the rainstorm like venom away. Whoosh! Like a flash flood, the poisonous fog turned to the other side. Tian Wujiang and the others were on the other side, watching the battle from at least 70 miles away. Hearing that Zhou Xiaoduo had been discovered nearby, Tian Wujiang hurriedly brought his men over. In the end, he only saw the demon kings fighting. There was no sign of Zhou Xiaoduo. Tian Wujiang speculated that the temporary alliance he had formed was not weak. However, he did not know if he could take advantage of the situation when the two great demon kings were fighting. Or should I hide here for a while and wait for Zhou Xiaoduo? However, he had never expected that just as this thought arose in his mind, he would be attacked by a torrential rain of venom in less than a quarter of an hour before he was hit by a torrential downpour of venom. The sudden arrival of the poisonous fog and venom enveloped an area of several hundred feet. It was difficult to dodge. Those with higher cultivation hurriedly put up a spiritual energy shield, but many with lower cultivation were hit on the spot. The spiritual energy shield could not withstand the demonic aura of the two great demon kings and was instantly penetrated. The venom splattered all over their bodies. They screamed and rolled on the ground. Not long after, they died on the spot. The flesh of the corpses melted quickly, revealing the white bones. Even the white bones were corroded with spots. They were also in the process of melting, but the speed was slightly slower. Just this unexpected disaster alone caused 8 people to lose their lives. When a real person was sitting at home, disaster came from the sky. Those who lost their lives were all nascent soul cultivators. In the outside world, they were almost grandmaster level cultivators. But here, they were almost synonymous with being unable to withstand a single blow. However, at this moment, Tian Wujiang and the remaining people were looking at another person with strange gazes. Among these people, there were a total of 9 nascent soul cultivators. 8 of them were already dead. Among them, there was no lack of peak nascent soul cultivators. The remaining person looked like he was only in the middle stage of nascent soul, but the spiritual energy shield he put up was abnormally strong. Not only did the rainstorm-like venom not break through the shield did not even shake. Tian Wujiang's gaze became strange. What is your name? I am Zhao Qingsong. This person had a curly beard and his eyes were full of surprise. Why did you suddenly ask for my name? This is very surprising. Tian Wujiang smiled. How many times have you walked the thorny road, little brother Zhao? Your foundation is very deep. Zhao Qingsong sighed in relief. Back then, I walked the thorny road 6 times. That pain was really. He sighed. It is unbearable to look back on, but at least there is some comfort. Tian Wujiang smiled faintly. 6 thorny road. A peerless genius. Zhao Qingsong, your foundation is so solid. In the future, you will definitely shine brightly and go very, very far. Zhao Qingsong smiled. Thank you, senior. Ah! Suddenly, he screamed and looked at Tian Wujiang in disbelief. You. Why? Only to see a long sword flickering with cold light had already been slowly pulled out of his chest. The body of the long sword was still flickering with light, and there was still a strong yuan qi vibrating on the body of the sword, directly shattering the area around Zhao Qingsong's wound into pieces. Until the long sword was completely pulled out, the sword light was still cold. There was a drop of blood on the tip of the sword. And the owner of this long sword was Tian Wujiang. Zhao Qingsong was still holding on to his last breath. He looked at Tian Wujiang and asked in disbelief, why? Why? He looked straight at Tian Wujiang. If he could not get a reason, he would not die in peace. He had already recognized you as his big brother. Why did you suddenly kill him? On the side, Sang Jiushuan also turned his head and looked at Tian Wujiang. He shouted angrily, Tian Wujiang, what are you doing? Why did you kill him? Tian Wujiang calmly put the sword back into its sheath. He said faintly, how can a lone cultivator be able to walk the thorny road 6 times? There must be another organization behind him. It must be one of the big sects or the seeds of the big martial arts sects. When I said that he was a peerless genius, was that a lie? And this person must have mixed in with us for a purpose. So, this person is not normal. Sang Jiushuan said angrily, but this is only a suspicion. What if you kill the wrong person? Tian Wujiang said faintly, Brother Sang, we are assassins, not judges. Just a suspicion. Isn't that enough? He looked at Sang Jiushuan with a cold gaze and said indifferently, in this world, what does a mere human life count for? Even if we kill the wrong person, so what? Not to mention, with this kind of talent, if he is given time to grow, he will definitely be a competitor in one of our missions. At that time, we might even be killed by him. If that day really comes, Brother Sang, do you still hope that the other party will spare your life for today's sake? Since that is the case, since you have doubts, then just kill him directly. It is the simplest and most straightforward way. Why do you have so many questions? Tian Wujiang smiled faintly. His eyes were full of ruthlessness and coldness. Jealous of the talented. This kind of thing was not uncommon. For people like Tian Wujiang, if there was a genius in front of them with a solid foundation that they had never reached, then their first reaction would be to kill. They could not allow this ant in front of them to suddenly surpass them in a short time and show off in front of them. Not to mention that they might be killed by this ant in the future. Even just thinking about it made their killing intent surge. Mingling in the underworld, they had no friends. Any genius that matured would be a suspect for killing them in the future in exchange for a reward. Zhao Qingsang's throat gurgled. His eyes were full of anger and hatred as he fell on his back. With the last of his strength, he suddenly crushed a command arrow in his hand. He roared towards the sky, the one who killed me, Tian Wujiang. His face was full of relief and despair. His body fell down with a bang. Tian Wujiang suddenly made a move, but it was too late. The arrow whistled into the sky and exploded in midair. Immediately, a long sword shadow appeared in the sky. That sword shadow whistled in the air for a moment, then flew towards the east. It flew forward courageously. The more it flew, the fainter it became, but it kept flying. The sword was out of its sheath, and it vowed not to return. No return sword. The moment this sharp sword exploded, suddenly, another person from the group of assassins rushed into the sky and shouted, the one who killed me. Tian Wujiang. Even further away, more sword lights flashed and rushed into the sky. All of them shouted, the one who killed me, Tian Wujiang. Countless command arrows rushed into the sky one after another. Boom! Boom! More voices roared, the one who killed me, Tian Wujiang. Tian Wujiang's face suddenly paled, no longer having the color of blood. No return sword. Sang Jiushuan's face showed a strange expression, Brother Tian, you saw right. You killed right. This person is indeed a traitor. Based on his cultivation and age, he should be a graduate of Water City First High School's Gu Qianfan. He snuck in. But this little brother has to leave. I can't get involved in this muddy water. Sang Jiushuan was full of schadenfreude. The others had the same expression. Tian Wujiang's face was pale. He only felt that there was something wrong with this person. He immediately made a move to kill him to avoid a disaster. But he never thought that this kill would bring out a hornet's nest. A graduate of Water City First High School's Gu Qianfan. This made him want to cry, but no tears came out. You should have said so earlier. If you had said so earlier, not only would I not have killed you, I would have worshipped you. Who didn't know that no return sword, Gu Qianfan, was the most protective? Who didn't know that Gu Qianfan was famous for taking revenge? Who didn't know that Gu Qianfan was Nanjingqian's favorite general? Who didn't know the unity of Water City First High School's graduates? Damn it! A voice boomed in the sky. All graduates of Water City First High School, listen to this order. I just contacted the old principal. The old principal has ordered, effective immediately. Tian Wujiang is on the must-kill list of Water City First High School's graduates, including his 9 relatives. All are on the must-kill list. If Water City doesn't fall, the must-kill list will not disappear. Chapter 598. Suddenly, many people rushed to the sky and shouted, if Shui City doesn't fall, the order to kill will not disappear. Tian Wujiang must be killed. 9 generations of his family must be exterminated. Students, the ones who spoke have been exposed. For the time being, they are not Tian Wujiang's opponent. Take your graduation certificate and go to Principal Yi of Hidden Dragon High School to seek protection. Students who are still in hiding, continue. Don't expose yourselves. This person shouted, everyone, follow me. Anyone who stands in our way is an enemy of Shui City First High School. Before he finished speaking, he had already moved. He rushed out of the forest and stood in the air. The sword in his hand shone with a cold light. But neither Tian Wujiang nor Sang Jiushuan made a move. Yes, they did not dare to make a move. Silhouettes appeared one after another. Quickly, 40 to 50 people gathered. The person in front shouted, is there anyone else? There was no response. This person turned around in the air and shouted, Tian Wujiang, you dare to kill Shui City First High School's people. Just you wait. After he finished speaking, these 40 to 50 people in the air chased after Hidden Dragon High School's people. The entire mountain range had thousands of assassins, but no one stopped them. These people had all received Gu Qianfan's order to hide and protect Sui Xiaoduo. But now, they were exposed. But no one dared to make a move against them and kill them. If they made a move now, they would be declaring their position and opposing Shui City First High School. They would be opposing the political and educational institutions. They would even be opposing the military. No one dared to act rashly. Even Tian Wujiang, who had already made a move. Tian Wujiang's face turned gray. Even when he faced Yi Changqing, he was not as scared as he was now. Yi Changqing was a person who cared about the big picture. Most of the time, he was more worried about sacrifice. He could not bear to make too many decisive decisions. But Gu Qianfan was different. As long as Gu Qianfan issued an order, he never cared about how many people would die in the process. He only cared about whether the order was completed or not. Shui City First High School was not even an advanced martial arts school. But the people from Shui City First High School could run amok in the mainland. Why? It was because they had the support of the fearless old headmaster, the former #1 general of the Southern Army. Back then, someone killed a student who was carrying out Gu Qianfan's mission in Shuiqing #1 Middle School. Gu Qianfan dragged his disabled body and chased him for 10,000 miles. The safety of Shui City #1 Middle School was built on mountains of bones. Sang Jiushuan was the first to turn and leave. Then, almost everyone quietly got up and left with Sang Jiushuan. We won't get involved in this mess. Brother Sang. Tian Wujiang's cry even had a hint of pleading. Don't call me, I can't help you. If I continue to stand with you, I'll only be dragged down by you. Don't tell me you don't know about the 9 clans. Sang Jiushuan turned around and said faintly, this is Jianghu. Brother Tian, you know very well why you killed people. The real reason was that the thorns had appeared 6 times. You're just jealous, that's all. Even if you killed the right person and your so-called reasoning made sense, it still couldn't cover up your original intentions. You are just so narrow-minded. And we're leaving you now just to seek benefits and avoid harm. Sang Jiushuan said, as you said, in this Jianghu, is there still any loyalty? I'll take Zhao Qingsang's body and spatial ring. I'll find a way to return it to the people of Shui City No. 1 Middle School. After saying that, he completely ignored Tian Wujiang's pleading gaze and left with his people. Tian Wujiang was speechless. Looking at Sang Jiushuan carrying Zhao Qingsang, who was already silent, he felt infinite regret and muttered, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have said so earlier." This was just like when he killed Zhou Xiaoduo. Killing Zhou Xiaoduo or the people who protected him during the mission was only a personal grudge. And if Zhao Qingsang's identity was exposed, or if he was killed while protecting Zhou Xiaoduo, it was still a personal grudge. However, right now, he had been killed for no reason at all. The only reason was because Tian Wujiang was jealous of his talent and his selfishness. Then Water City First High School would definitely seek justice from him. Many times, Jianghu was so direct. Both were killing people, but the consequences were completely different if there was a reason or no reason. If he killed Zhou Xiaoduo, with so much bounty, it would be worth it to bear the revenge of the Hidden Dragon High School. When his strength improved, things would change with the passage of time, and perhaps this matter would be left unsettled. But the target changed to Water City First High School. Gu Qianfan would never let it go. As long as Water City First High School doesn't fall, the order to kill will not disappear. This was Gu Qianfan's attitude. He would always be so reckless, and his sword would never turn back. This was his style. If he said he wanted to kill you, kill your whole family, and exterminate your 9 generations, he would definitely do it. There were no exceptions before, and there would be no exceptions now. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. Tian Wujiang wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't control himself. Then, his eyes turned to the jungle. He was also an experienced Jianghu man. He knew that there was no turning back. The only way to survive was to kill Zhou Xiaoduo and get the bounty so that his bottleneck could be broken. Then, he would find a place to cultivate for a period of time to avoid the assassination of Water City First High School. If his cultivation was stuck at the bottleneck now, there was no possibility of survival. He had to kill Zhou Xiaoduo. He had to. In order to survive, Zhou Xiaoduo had to die. Zhou Xiaoduo was in happy trouble at the moment. What should he do now? Now, the Centipede King and the Snake King were fighting, and the Tiger King was constantly moving in the air to resist the aftermath of the battle as much as possible. Obviously, he wouldn't fall down for a while. Once he fell, it meant that the aftermath of the battle between the two kings would also fall. The Tiger King couldn't afford such a risk. Even if the Tiger King was fuming with anger and hated the two detestable guys in front of him, he couldn't think of any other way. He could only passively resist the aftermath of the battle to ensure that the treasure he was guarding wouldn't be affected. In the sky, the Centipede King and the Snake King were fighting fiercely. Their movements were getting bigger and bigger, and their power was getting stronger and stronger. The two behemoths were fighting fiercely in the sky. It was a life-and-death battle, and they were gradually approaching the point where they wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. There was another one slightly lower down, running back and forth. As for the humans who were searching for Zhou Xiaoduo in the mountains, the 3 monster kings showed no mercy. Once they found someone close to the battle, they immediately pierced it with a spray of venom, not to mention the many people who were hit by the aftermath of the battle. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people around. However, a ghost-like figure, using some unknown method, quietly approached the battle circle, found a place, and hid. Once this person hid, he was like a chameleon lying on a tree trunk. It was so natural that no one could see him at all. He swayed left and right, back and forth, following the waves of the battle. He really didn't reveal any flaws at all. The location that this person chose was very close to the Centipede Valley. It could even be said that he was already within the range of the Centipede Valley. However, the three monster kings in the sky didn't notice him at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo was hesitating. Should he get the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment or the Dragon Soul Ginseng first? This was really a blissful problem. However, after thinking for a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo still decided to go and take a look at the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment first. Why not get the Dragon Soul Ginseng? One of the reasons was that after all, he had played with the Centipede King for so long and tried so many different positions. He still had some feelings for it. Of course, this was definitely not the main reason. The main reason was that if he dug up the Dragon Soul Ginseng now, the two monster kings would immediately stop fighting and work together to find the thief. Stop fighting, no. Turn to find the thief, even more no. Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly headed toward the Tiger King Valley. Right at this moment, in the sky above the starry mountains, 3 people floated in the clouds and suddenly gathered together. However, all of them looked solemn. Did you find it? No. What about you? There's no movement at all. What's going on? Why did he suddenly disappear? We can't not report it. It's been a long time now. Any possible variables are enough to appear. One of them had a distorted expression, and he seemed to be so speechless that he was heartbroken. The other two were silent, and their faces were also dark. An extremely oppressive atmosphere gradually spread in the air. It was simply indescribable. Motherfucker. The three of them never thought that Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was under their soul binding and strict protection, and even had Chief Nan's clone protecting him. Suddenly, it disappeared. Disappeared. As if he had evaporated from the whole world. At first, everything was fine. After the soul binding, they felt that this fellow was like a mouse digging holes continuously. They even thought that it was very interesting. But all of a sudden, it was gone. Moreover, he was not in the hole. It was better in the hole, but when he went up to the surface, he disappeared in an instant. What the fuck? How could this be? Why did he suddenly disappear? Why did he suddenly disappear for no reason? They did not know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had obtained the Void Transformation Stone. They only knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was still locked on by their divine senses, suddenly disappeared. This was bad. I'm afraid that this will delay the important matter. The final result of this situation is secondary. This person must not be harmed. This is the only option that was set in place from the beginning. One of them smiled bitterly. Damn it. The Heavenly King sent the three of us to do this task. He repeatedly said that we must protect the key person of the task. But now, how did we lose him? The Heavenly King will definitely be furious. The other person sighed. This matter is because of us. But we can't delay it any longer. It's been a long time. All right. The three of them rose with the wind and chose a place to adjust the satellite phone signal. After a few more words of discussion, they dialed the number. The phone had only rung for half a second when the other side picked up immediately. Why are you calling? What's going on? The three of them were shocked. Since when did the Heavenly King pick up the phone so quickly? Heavenly King, there's an unexpected situation. The three of them hesitated. Oh, what unexpected situation? The Heavenly King asked immediately. That kid disappeared. When the person said this, his face was full of shame. Chapter 599. They had never done such a shameful task in their lives. Under such circumstances, they had to set up a trap and catch some rats. Protecting the people who set up the trap was just a matter of convenience. This was not difficult at all. It was a very simple task. So many people who were not as good as the three of them had succeeded and were fine. This time, it was obviously the Heavenly King who had asked the three of them to do it personally. However, it was the three of them who had made a mistake. Who could they reason with? His illustrious reputation was ruined. On the phone, the Heavenly King of the Right seemed to be silent. Then, after a while, he asked in a dreamy voice, "What? That kid? Who is missing?" They did not know if they had heard wrongly, but the Heavenly King of the Right seemed to be stuttering at this moment. "It's the kid you asked us to protect." The leader explained. Sui Xiao Duo suddenly disappeared. Then, there was a pause. Then, there was a rumbling sound from the phone. It seemed like something had fallen down. Then, the Heavenly King of the Right's voice sounded in exasperation. "What do you mean? How could such a fine person suddenly disappear? Isn't there a soul binding? Did the three of you make a mistake? Don't joke around, especially now." This person's heart could not help but stop beating for a moment. The Heavenly King of the Right. This kind of exasperated tone did not seem normal. "There is a soul binding, but I don't know what happened. The soul binding suddenly disappeared. We can't sense it at all. We have used our divine sense to search the entire starry mountains, but we still can't find him." The other side of the phone was silent for a long time. After a long time, the Heavenly King of the Right said as if he was sleepwalking, "Under what circumstances can the soul binding disappear?" The three of them felt more and more strange. Under what circumstances can the soul binding disappear? You, the Heavenly King of the Right, don't know this? Why are you asking us? But since the Heavenly King asked, of course, they had to answer. Cough. This is hard to say. For example, when a person dies and his original soul is gone, naturally. Or, this person explained with difficulty. Bang! There was another sound from the other side of the phone. The phone was suddenly hung up. It was hung up. The three of them looked at each other, but at the same time, they had the same thought. There was something wrong with the situation. Something was very wrong. Something was very wrong. Tens of thousands of miles away. In an office that looked luxurious, but was actually even more luxurious. The deep-sea solid wood chair had been shattered. The Heavenly King of the Right sat on the ground without a care for his image. He was dumbfounded as he stared at the latest mobile phone in front of him that had been crumpled into a ball. His face was filled with confusion for a long time. What happened just now? Why did I crush the phone? I really like this latest model of cell phone. Only then did he react. This is bad. He hurriedly went out to look for another phone. Give me your phone. What's his phone number again? Fuck, you don't know. How dare you tell me? Do you know who knows? Quick. Hurry up. After a while, the phone was connected again. Yu Dongtian asked nervously, how is the mission going? The three of them were stunned. Didn't I just report to you? Can you change the phone number and ask again? Can you change the result? The mission is going well, and a lot of targets have been locked. And now, Star Shield everywhere is already in action. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about that kid, the one I asked you to protect. What did he say just now? He's gone. Yes. Heavenly King, I don't know what happened to that kid. He just disappeared. We've been looking for him for a long time, but we haven't found him. But they all saw that the Heavenly King was thinking about something seriously. Perhaps the Heavenly King was thinking about the situation in the continent again. You've worked so hard. We can't disturb you. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the Heavenly King let out a blood-curdling scream. This scream was so miserable that it was enough to make people cry when they heard it. Everyone looked at him in shock. The heavenly king of the right, who had always cared about his image, suddenly squatted on the ground. He grabbed his hair with both hands and shouted, "Oh my God! Let me die! Let me die!" The heavenly king screamed so miserably that he looked like he was about to cry. Everyone was shocked and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Something that could make the heavenly king react so violently must be something big, something very big. Don't listen to it. If there was anything that needed to be done, the heavenly king would naturally arrange it. But now, everyone had to go to their respective places and find their own mothers. Otherwise, once the heavenly king gave the order, it would be too late. At this moment, any slight negligence would cause trouble and become a punching bag for the heavenly king. Yu Dongtian returned to the office in a daze. His first reaction was, what should I do about this? He dialed the number. Nan Zhengqian. Yu Dongtian roared. Where's your clone's protection? Chief Nan was shocked. The heavenly king of the right called to ask about this? What did he mean? Why did it feel like he was denouncing him? It didn't move. I didn't feel anything. It didn't activate. Chief Nan was confused. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yu Dongtian gritted his teeth and said, Nan Zhengqian, you're finished. Let me tell you, under the protection of your doppelganger, Duo disappeared, and disappeared. Chief Nan's head buzzed the moment he heard the news. For a moment, he was so dizzy that he didn't even hear Yu Dongtian's words. There was only one thought in his mind, Xiao Duo disappeared. His vision suddenly turned black. He collapsed on the sofa and muttered to himself, disappeared. Disappeared? He suddenly reacted and grabbed the phone tightly. What's going on? Didn't you promise me last time? How? How did he disappear? He said anxiously, let me tell you, Yu Dongtian, you're the heavenly king. I can't beat you, but what do you mean by disappeared under the protection of my clone? What do you mean? What's going on? Over at Yu Dongtian's side, he recounted what had happened in a weak voice. That's what happened. Anyway, he's gone. Yu Dongtian hung his head dejectedly. Tell me, what should we do about this? Nan Zhengqian's face instantly turned pale. He felt as if his heart had stopped beating at this moment. There was only darkness in front of him. The sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. It was a scene of doomsday. He even lost consciousness. He could only hear his own voice saying to Yu Dongtian, this can't be hidden. Yu Dongtian's voice was obviously out of his wits. Do you want to say it or should I? Nan Zhengqian collapsed on the sofa in despair and muttered, whatever. Anyway, I have nothing to live for now. You can shift the blame however you want. Yu Dongtian, who shifted the blame? But this matter, we have to give an explanation. Even if we can hide it for a while, how long can we hide it? I'm panicking now. Nan, this matter. Yu Dongtian, fuck you. Chief Nan suddenly reacted. He suddenly struggled out of his throat and shouted, I told you not to do it at that time. But you insisted on doing it. Where's your confidence? Where's your promise? Finally, he couldn't say anything. He choked for a while and then scolded harshly, what's the use of you? If it's really gone, Yu Dongtian, you'll be a sinner for all eternity. On the other side, Yu Dongtian hung his head weakly. He was scolded silently and didn't say a word. Purely in terms of rank, although Chief Nan had a high position and power, he was still inferior to the heavenly king of the right. Now, he was being scolded by Nan Zhengqian, but he didn't refute a single word. He only looked depressed and a little hesitant. What should he do? How should he end it? Just as Chief Nan said, he couldn't drag it out. This bad news had to be reported no matter what. On the phone, Chief Nan's voice slowly recovered. That's not right. Tell me what happened. How did it disappear? Disappeared? Did he disappear? Is it confirmed that it's dead? When he said the last word, dead, Chief Nan's voice was extremely hoarse. His vision turned black and then bright, as if the universe had exploded in front of him. Chapter 600. It's gone. It's also gone. But it's not confirmed that it's dead, and there's no corpse. That's why I asked you about it. Yu Dongtian's voice was full of disappointment. But there's no information from the soul binding. That's a soul locking. There's almost no other possibility. Department head Nan took a deep breath and resisted the urge to curse. Forget it. Since it's already like this, there's no point in talking about it. I'll give Brother Zhuo a call. Suddenly, he remembered. No. Brother Zhuo blacklisted my number the last time. He said weakly, it's better for you to call. I'm not trying to shift the blame. I'm destined not to be able to shift the blame. No matter what, I'm responsible for it. But I was blacklisted after reporting the setup last time. I really can't contact him. Yu Dongtian's hair stood on end as he listened. Nan Jingxian was blacklisted. He was blacklisted after reporting the setup. The information revealed within this was simply shocking to those who heard it, and the awe-inspiring meaning was self-evident. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and finally said dejectedly, okay. I'll do it. Sigh. I'll do it. Nan Jingxian's voice was full of resentment and mockery. You're a heavenly king. You're full of confidence. You dare to do anything. You dare to set up any setup. You can handle it. You're tall. You're awesome. Yu Dongtian hung up the phone. There was a loud bang. Department head Nan smashed the office. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Department head Nan smashed half of the building. Finally, he stopped. He curled up in the chair and hugged his head with both hands. No one knew the severity of the consequences better than him. Brother Zhuo might be able to take care of the big picture, but there was still his sister-in-law. She was an even more terrifying existence. Brother Zhuo was a minister, but his sister-in-law had no position. She had no scruples. She could do anything. Now that after being childless for so many years, she finally had a precious child. Even when she couldn't cultivate, she still pampered her to the heavens. Now that he had displayed his talent, looked down on everyone, and was about to soar into the sky, his sister-in-law did not know how happy she would be. Now, once this news was sent over, Chief Nan didn't dare to think any further. On the other side, Yu Dongtian hesitated for a long time before he finally pulled out that phone number. He felt a sense of despair, as if he was about to be executed. However, he still hardened his heart and suppressed it. Beep. No one answered the phone. Continue. The call was directly cut off. Yu Dongtian's face was ashen as he waited on the chair. Sure enough, he received a message. Something happened. The message says. Yu Dongtian looked as if your parents had died. She typed heavily, Xiao Duo, you. Disappeared. After a long pause. Yu Dongtian could even imagine the reactions and expressions on the other side. The other side finally sent a new message. Dead? Yu Dongtian hurriedly sent a message, no, I don't think so. It's just that he suddenly disappeared very strangely. The divine sense I placed on him failed to lock on, and the clone protection was not activated. In short, he disappeared very strangely. I don't know what happened for now. Perhaps, there's another reason. Perhaps because he had been an official for a long time, Yu Dongtian instinctively did not insist on his words and left some room for negotiation. Of course, he also sincerely hoped that there was really another reason. Even if he was mocked for being ignorant and inexperienced, it was fine. Ding dong. A new message came. The divine sense lock on him is gone. The clone protection was not activated. Yu Dongtian hurriedly replied, yes, it's just that I can't figure it out, so I quickly reported it to you to see if you have any other ideas. Ding dong. A few new messages came in one after another. I don't deserve to be called Heavenly King. I don't have any more ideas. Ding dong. I'll give you 2 more days to find the person or the corpse. Ding dong. If you find the person, I'll invite your father and your excellency to my house. If you find the corpse, I'll visit your house. Ding dong. I have to say that you're quite lucky. My wife just happened to go grocery shopping. However, I can only delay this news for 2 more days. I hope your luck is on your side. Yu Dongtian immediately broke out in cold sweat. As soon as he put down the phone, he turned his gaze to the message interface. The conversation on the phone just now made his scalp tingle uncontrollably. Every word was like a knife to the heart. But Uncle Zhuo was Uncle Zhuo. In the end, he still gave him 2 days of buffer time. But this sentence was a little uncomfortable. Find the person or the corpse. This that I only dare to look for the person, but I don't dare to look for the corpse. But is the person still there? No, the person must still be there. Yu Dongtian once again studied the message word by word. His heart slowly calmed down. Uncle Zhuo indeed gave me a hint. Yu Dongtian stood up and paced slowly. Yes, this was obvious. Give him 2 days to find the person or the corpse. There was a lot of wisdom in this sentence. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably only see the literal meaning. However, Yu Dongtian was different. After so many years of experience in the martial world, how could he not understand some things? As the saying went, father and son are connected by heart, mother and son are connected by heart. This was never just a saying. For example, if a mother suddenly missed her son very much one night, or dreamed that her son came to bid her farewell. Just like a father who suddenly felt unbearable palpitations, but it was not a heart attack. Usually, at this time, the person closest to him had left, or something had happened. And what Uncle Zhuo meant by this sentence was that he did not feel anything. Who was Uncle Zhuo? It was not an exaggeration to say that his spiritual sense was unparalleled in the world. If even he, as a father, did not feel anything, it meant that the little guy was still alive. Even if he was in danger. However, he still wasn't dead yet. Thinking deeper, although the soul lock had failed, Chief Nan's doppelganger protection was entrusted to Zhuo Xiaoduo. It would only take effect when he was in danger. Since it did not take effect, did it mean that the doppelganger protection was still there? Which meant that Zhuo Xiaoduo was not in danger at all, so there was no need for the doppelganger protection. As for being a guest, Yu Dongtian did not think about it for now. He had to find the person first. It would be best if he did not go to your house as a guest. He could not afford to eat at your house. Don't come to my house as a guest. My house could not afford to have you as a guest. At this point, although most of it was just his own speculation, Yu Dongtian immediately felt alive again. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, that was good. That was good. He grabbed the phone and put it down. He muttered to himself, I'll go over now and see what's going on. I should be able to make it. I must be able to make it. Look here. There should not be much pressure, right? After thinking about it, he finally made another call. I'll give you 1 day and 1 night. You must find Zhuo Xiaoduo's whereabouts. If he's fine, you must give me full protection. If there's anything wrong, you don't have to come back. He hung up the phone and immediately left. There hasn't been any big movement over there recently. Although the Flood Witch and the Raging Fire Witch are frequently active, the situation at the border is not too dangerous. Everyone is wondering why the senior management of the No Alliance is not the same as before. Yu Dongtian frowned in distress. This was actually a big problem. When his father was in seclusion to heal his injuries and Uncle Zhua was experiencing the world, only he and the couple were supporting him. Now, the couple was in charge in the southwest. The few grand wizards there had already fought several times. And his side was the most important and crucial part of the current situation. In the past few days, the Flood Witch had gone crazy for some reason. She had been bursting with energy, wave after wave, as if she was crazy. What if he left and those grand wizards sensed the energy movement and took the opportunity to kill him? That would be terrible. But how could he be at ease if he did not go over? After thinking for a long time, he picked up the phone. Nanjingqian, are you okay now? Why don't you go to the Starlight Mountain Range? I just told Uncle Zhua, he said. He paused. Nanjingqian was complaining on the other end. I'm in charge in the capital, and there's also the matter of you fishing this time. I haven't even finished cleaning up the mess, how can I leave? Nanjingqian was full of bitterness. Besides, Brother Zhua has a daughter in the capital. I have to keep an eye on that girl all the time. How can I be at ease? If that girl is worried about her brother and runs over there, then I'm done for. That girl has already run away once. I chased her for 3,000 miles before coming back. I really can't do anything on my side. Nanjingqian's mouth was full of bitterness, but more or less, there was a hint of schadenfreude. There's no telepathy on Brother Zhua's side? Then it's fine. Besides, my doppelganger is on Xiao Duo's body. Besides, I'm in the capital, and there's no end to cleaning up the mess for you guys. None of you are afraid of making a big deal out of it. Shimen Lai just killed the Empress's nephew who violated the military law a few days ago. I'm still dealing with it here. What kind of trouble is this? Is the Empress's nephew someone you can kill just because you want to? If you want to kill him, then so be it. Why don't you clean up the mess yourself? If Shimen Lai doesn't come back, I'll have to bear the saliva on my face. It's not easy for me. This time, it's Yu Dongtian's fault. You should go play by yourself. Besides, my doppelganger is already cleaning up the mess for you. You still want me to go over? After experiencing this internal turmoil, I won't stay in the capital anymore. I'll go back to the Southern Legion as soon as possible to be the commander. Whoever wants to come back can come back. When the time comes, I'll catch the relatives of the royal family and let you guys have a taste of cleaning up the mess. How awesome is that? Yu Dongtian was dumbfounded. He couldn't leave, but Nanjingqian didn't have time either. What should I do? Suddenly, he thought of something. Nanjingqian, you were blacklisted when you reported to Uncle Zhua. I suddenly remembered this. What did you report? Minister Nan paused for a moment, as if he was arranging work. Then, he hurriedly said, you can deal with it yourself. Then, he hung up the phone. He wiped his cold sweat. How did I report it? Can I tell you? Yu Dongtian held the phone and listened to the busy tone. He smacked his lips and couldn't help but mutter, I'm definitely going to be the scapegoat. After thinking about it twice, he still had a headache. Whether he was the scapegoat or not. As long as Xiao Duo was fine, it was fine. But who would go over today? He was really worried. So, he called again and said in a friendly voice, Iron River, where are you now? I'm at the Dao League. What's the matter, boss you? You're busy. Yu Dongtian hung up the phone, the corner of his mouth twitching. You're a blacksmith. Why are you running so far away? All of them were troublemakers, say, if I had such awesome parents like Sui Xiao Duo. Wouldn't I be banned every day? If you continue to fight, I'll really lose all the good stuff here. The mountain wall is already cracking now. However, the Snake King and the Centipede Queen were having a great time fighting, unwilling to stop no matter what. As the battle between the two monster kings continued to escalate, a quarter of the Centipede Queen's thousands of legs had been broken, and at least half of the scales on the Snake King's body had been knocked off. The Centipede Queen even directly tore off a snake tail. The two monster kings were no longer deliberately destroying things. They had completely lost their temper and were fighting for real. At this point, the Tiger King had no choice but to participate in the battle even if he wanted to. The reason was still because of the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. The treasure he was guarding was about to mature, and even the ground had started to loosen. Yet, at this time, those two bastards were fighting above his territory. Even if it really matured now, he did not have time to eat it. Although the treasure was good, he would need to go into seclusion immediately after eating it. And these two bastards were fighting for real, turning the sky and earth upside down. How could he go into seclusion? If he did not do anything, these two bastards would definitely destroy his heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. In fact, this was one of the main reasons why the two monster kings were determined to fight here. In close contact, the Snake King and the Centipede Queen could clearly feel that the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment was about to mature. At the thought of this, the two monster kings became even more violent, and their movements became even more ruthless. Although they were fighting for their lives, everyone knew one thing in their hearts. If the Tiger King was allowed to take the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment first, his cultivation would definitely surpass him by 2 levels, or even more. At that time, wouldn't he have to look up to the Tiger King? After today's battle, they were basically sworn enemies. How could the Tiger King, whose strength had greatly improved, let him go? The Centipede Queen still had the Dragon Soul Ginseng as its backing, so there was still room for maneuver. But now, what did the Snake King have? Only the broken wall and half of his body were left. How could he deal with it? Therefore, the Snake King became even more crazy. On one hand, he wanted to kill the Centipede Queen. Once he killed it, the Dragon Soul Ginseng would be his. On the other hand, he tried to destroy the Tiger King's heavenly tiger moonlight ointment as much as possible. At this time, he gradually dragged the Centipede Queen to a position close to the ground for the decisive battle. The battlefield was already far away from the Centipede Valley area and the central area. They had completely arrived at the Tiger King's territory. It was almost as if they were fighting at the entrance of the Tiger King's old home. Looking at this situation, how could the Tiger King still be indifferent? With a roar, the Tiger King rushed into the air like a huge black lightning bolt. Persuasion, dissuasion, and mediation were completely useless now. You want to fight? I'll play along and deal with you two defeated soldiers directly. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Do you think I'm a sick cat when I don't show my power? With a roar, the Tiger King shook his head and swung his tail. He opened his mouth wide and bit off one of the Centipede Queen's claws. His iron-like tiger tail also whipped the Snake King's body with a thunderous force. The Snake King screamed, and his huge body was actually slapped hundreds of meters away. The Tiger King succeeded in one move and overpowered 2 strong opponents. He couldn't help but feel proud. He roared into the sky, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. Get lost! Get lost, my beloved! At this moment, he really had the demeanor of a king, majestic and awe-inspiring. The Snake King rushed back quickly, but he didn't counterattack the Tiger King. Instead, he roared at the Centipede Queen. Kill it! Kill it! Let's work together. The Centipede Queen seemed a little hesitant. However, after seeing his claws bitten off, he couldn't help but look at the Tiger King with murderous intent and fear in his eyes. The Tiger King is so powerful. And he didn't show any mercy. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but feel furious. The Snake King roared, if we don't work together to kill it, the two of us will be defeated by it one by one. Kill it and you can have 2 of the 3 dragon soul ginseng. I only want 1. The Snake King roared. Get lost. The Centipede Queen was furious. All 3 are mine. Okay, all 3 are yours. The Snake King said, I want this guy's Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment. How about it? If you agree, I'll give you half of the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment. Let's talk about the big picture first. Otherwise, this stinky centipede wouldn't do anything. The Centipede Queen was tempted. Although the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment had the best effect on the tiger, it was ultimately formed by absorbing the power of the moon. Even if one didn't have the tiger bloodline, as long as it could be used with the power of the moon, eating it could increase one's cultivation by a considerable amount. Another thing was that the Tiger King was dead. The Snake King didn't have the tiger bloodline, so even if it ate the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment, it couldn't awaken any higher magical powers. After it improved its cultivation further with the Dragon Soul Ginseng, it would be 100% the boss of the Astral Mountains in the future. You can kill it. But you have to be my underling in the future. The Centipede Queen roared. Bullshit. The Snake King was furious. I've already given in, and you still want me to be your underling? Dream on. You damn centipede, you deserve to die. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen roared at each other, also discussing. The Tiger King was furious. These 2 bruised and half-dead fellows were actually discussing how to split the loot. Damn it. I'll let you guys discuss. It suddenly moved and charged forward at lightning speed. Taking a deep breath, the black tiger's body suddenly swelled. Its 2 huge wings spread open abruptly, and it soared into the sky. The surface of its wings was as dense as swords. There were at least hundreds of swords that were more than 20 meters long. They shone with a cold light as they charged forward. It was practically a moving armory. The so-called Mountain of Swords, Forest of Spears, and Rain of Swords were nothing more than this. If you don't make a decision now, everyone will die. The Snake King roared anxiously. The Centipede Queen was also clear-headed. It made a prompt decision and said, kill it, and you and I will become sworn brothers. I'll be the boss. The Snake King raised its head and hissed, Big brother. Let's kill it together. Second brother. The Centipede Queen shouted. Big brother. Second brother. The 2 demon kings circled and danced, one on the left and one on the right. They intercepted the Tiger King from both sides and started fighting again. The battle had escalated to another level. The Tiger King roared repeatedly and tried its best to resist. At the same time, it flapped its wings continuously. As the battle continued, it brought the 2 demon kings up into the sky. Its intention was clear, don't destroy my Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment. The Centipede Queen and the Snake King really didn't care at this point. So be it if they were high up in the sky. The Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment had now become their fixed goal. They didn't want to and couldn't destroy it. After you died, they still had to split the loot. Chapter 602. The 3 monster kings roared continuously. The battle to the death continued, and the situation continued to escalate. The more they fought, the more intense it became. This change shocked everyone on the Starlight Mountain Range. What kind of change was this? Everyone felt that they could no longer understand this Starlight Mountain Range. In the beginning, it was just the 3 monster kings intimidating each other. They still guarded their territory and didn't extend outwards. Then, the Centipede King fought a big battle. Then, the Snake King went crazy. Then, the Snake King and the Centipede King went crazy at the same time and fought fiercely. Now, the 3 monster kings were simply fighting together. Poisonous fog sprayed all over the sky, and venom flew everywhere. Within 100 miles, the poisonous fog was everywhere. On the ground, Duo became more and more cautious. He really didn't dare to be careless at all. If the three monster kings above discovered a loophole, any one of them would come down and he would die immediately. At this juncture, even if the Centipede King saw him, it probably wouldn't play games with him anymore. Although the Tiger King deliberately led the three monster kings to fight higher and higher, Duo still didn't dare to be careless. In another direction, two saber-winged tigers were rushing over in a sorry state. Ow 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 ow. I smell the aura of a senior of the same kind here. Ow ow ow. I smell it too. Ow ow ow. Senior, we're here. Ow 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 ow. Senior, we're of the same kind. We're here to seek shelter from you. Please take us in. The closer the two saber-winged tigers were to this place, the happier they became. They rushed over with their heads held high, and their speed was extremely fast. However, after a certain distance, they felt an extremely powerful pressure that they couldn't resist. Due to the extreme pressure, the two saber-winged tigers instinctively turned to tiptoe. The aura here was so scary. Oh, they didn't even dare to breathe. Ow 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 ow. This seems to be the smell of the saber-winged tiger's soul poison. The male tiger lowered its voice. Ow ow ow. Yes. Ow 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 ow. This senior seems to be fighting. The male tiger was a little timid. Ow 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 ow. What's that smell? It smells so good, I want to eat it. The tigress was drooling. Oh. Oh. Wow. Wah. Right at this moment Duo had also arrived at the edge of this area. He had already seen the small mound that contained the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. It had already bulged and was gradually being pushed open. In a trance, two snow-white lotus-like objects suddenly bloomed on the mound, exuding an unusually alluring aura. Awoo. The two tigers immediately lost all reason and rushed forward crazily. As a member of the tiger clan, he was completely unable to resist the scent that was mixed with the aura of an ancient ancestor. On the other hand, Duo had just arrived. There was nothing he could do about the two uninvited guests who had arrived before him. Put it down. Stop. Mouth. It was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the two saber-winged tigers rushed up the mound crazily. The male tiger took a bite and swallowed one. Then, the female tiger next to him took a bite and swallowed one as well. At this moment, Duo was dumbfounded. In an instant, Duo felt that his heart was broken. He was so aggrieved that tears almost fell out. Fuck. I spent so much effort, and now that I'm here, I'm actually letting you two stupid tigers take advantage of me? No, the good stuff I ordered is about to be in my hands. How can I let outsiders take advantage of it? Not even external tigers. Spit out what you ate. Just as Duo was about to fly into a rage out of humiliation and go to extremes, he suddenly realized. Wait. These two tigers. Fuck. Why do these two tigers look so familiar, especially the tuft of white fur on the tigress's ear? Aren't these the two tigers I saw before? Then they're not external tigers, but internal tigers. Sigh, these two are really good at sports. When I was in Phoenix City, the tigress fought with me in the north of the city. When I left Phoenix City, this tigress ran to the wasteland in the west of the city to find her husband. Now, we actually met again. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? What's this called, three tigers karma? Since they're not external tigers, then forget it. I've been in Fenghai City for so long. Other than Li Chenglong, there are very few people, beasts, I know. Now that I've come to the Starry Mountain Range, I've met an old beast. Isn't this fate? However, the two of you are so bold as to swallow the Demon King's thousands of years of protection. Isn't this not a good thing? You're really ignorant and fearless. You're really not afraid of death. Now, even I want to cut open your stomachs. As the spiritual medicine entered their stomachs, the extreme temptation also disappeared. The male tiger and the female tiger also woke up from their daze. The husband and wife looked at each other and immediately let out a scream. It's over, we're in big trouble. No matter how stupid the two tigers were, they knew that they seemed to have eaten something that didn't belong to them. Moreover, it was a super good thing. What? How do we know? Just by looking at the yellow light on our bodies, we know that this thing is very good. The strength in our bodies is constantly increasing. Our blood is also flowing non-stop. Our minds are also exceptionally clear. But it's still a little uncomfortable. Yes, we can't care about the discomfort. We have to run immediately, run away immediately. Oh, damn, we're in big trouble. The two saber-winged tigers roared and spread their wings, wanting to fly away. However, the yellow light on their bodies actually made them unable to fly. With a tragic whimper, they ran away with their tails between their legs. At this moment, how could they still care about north, south, east, west? In the sky, the Tiger King's earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. It could clearly feel that the thing it had guarded for 3,000 years was gone. Gone. It was actually gone. The Centipede King and Snake King were clearly still in front of it. Then, who touched this king's treasure? At this moment, the Tiger King had really gone crazy. With a violent roar, it turned and rushed down. The Centipede King and Snake King took advantage of the gap on its back and hit it hard. Its flesh and blood exploded with a bang, but it couldn't care less. Like a bolt of lightning, it fell straight down from the sky. As it fell, it roared fiercely. Stop! Damned thief! Ow 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 ow. The Tiger King went crazy. Its two huge eyes almost popped out of its eye sockets. I see. It's actually two saber-winged tigers. Aw! My heavens, my earth, my God! Why? I've guarded it for 3,000 years. Ah! Where did these two bastards come from? Where did they come from? Where did it come from? They're considered gay tyrants. Why, what did they contribute? Why did they eat it the moment they came? Why can't I eat it after 3,000 years of hard work? I can't even smell it. Heavens, are you fair? Where's the justice? Where's the heavenly Tao? Earth, why can't you differentiate good from bad? Heavens, you're wrong to be the heavens. Poor saber-winged tigers, I've only shed tears for 3,000 years. A sharp whistle sounded in the sky. The saber-winged tigers were already very close. Like a cruiser, they suddenly smashed down from the sky like meteors. The wind whistled, even the stones on the ground and the mountain walls collapsed. At this moment, the Tiger King's accumulated hatred was close to destroying the world and collapsing the wilderness. On the ground, the two saber-winged tigers ran forward with their tails between their legs. However, with their weak cultivation, how could they escape the pursuit of their own kind's king? The strength and speed of both sides were not on the same level in any aspect. The two tigers' eyes were full of panic and despair. It's over. This time, they were really dead. Why was he so obsessed with eating those two lousy flowers at that time? Woo-woo. If the heavens give me a chance to start over, I'll definitely say, I won't eat it. If there's a time limit. Woo-woo. I hope it's 10,000 years. I won't eat it either. Fuck. Zhou Xiaoduo was also scared out of his wits. The hairs on his body that had just grown out all stood up. These two tigers were indeed here to harm me. If you want to run for your lives, then run for your lives. Why did you have to run in my direction? Yes, that's right. These two tigers were like two sharp black swords, charging straight towards Zhou Xiaoduo. Their speed was also very fast. They were dashing madly on the ground and were less than 50 meters away from Zhuo Xiao Duo. The saber-winged Tiger King also fell from the sky. It was only 50 meters away from the tip of Zhuo Xiaoduo's nose. At such a distance, even if there were 1,000 void transformation stones, it would be useless. It was useless. Zhuo Xiaoduo could even look into the mirror in the angry eyes of the Tiger King in the sky. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt that his soul had left his body. He only felt that his gastrointestinal function was infinitely strong at this moment. His intestines were wriggling crazily in his stomach, and a vigorous feeling rushed to the back door in an instant. It's over, my life is over. At this moment, the two tigers saw Zhuo Xiaoduo and recognized Zhuo Xiaoduo. The two saber-winged tigers were overjoyed. Benefactor. Benefactor is actually here. Benefactor, you are the benefactor of us husband and wife. Benefactor. Eh. The two saber-winged tigers howled desperately at Zhuo Xiaoduo, looking anxious. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't understand. However, the Tiger King in the sky heard them clearly. Benefactor. Save us, Benefactor. Benefactor, you're finally here. We're about to die. Save us quickly. Benefactor. We'll follow you from now on and guard your house for you. Benefactor. The Tiger King fumed. Fuck, he didn't expect this to be instigated by a human. This ant-like human in front of him actually directed such a big show. Die, you ant. These two bastards are actually dogs for a human, openly betraying the glory of the tiger god. Go to hell too. I want you to be consigned to eternal damnation and have your souls destroyed. The Tiger King let out an earth-shattering roar. A ball of light suddenly shot out from his huge mouth. What was this called? Tiger King's roaring bullet. Chapter 603. Well, Tiger King had never used this move since he learned it. It consumed his life force and soul power, and it was the most powerful attack in the inheritance. But now, he couldn't care about that anymore. He had to kill them, no matter what the price was. Destructive attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth suddenly fell down. The speed of this attack was indescribable. It almost surpassed the speed of light. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't have time to react. The two saber-winged tigers didn't have time to react either. They were hit. Well, the two of them were still the first targets. Originally, whether it was Tiger King, Zhuo Xiaoduo, or the two tigers themselves, they all thought that Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others would be blown to smithereens and turn into minced meat. But what no one expected was that the two saber-winged tigers suddenly emitted a dim yellow light. The shadow of a fierce tiger suddenly appeared. The yellow light formed a shield and strongly protected the two tigers. Two balls of light were formed. However, the power of Tiger King's roaring bullet was extraordinary. It was the ultimate condensation of Tiger King's life force and soul power. That strange yellow light seemed vast and unfathomable. But although the balls of light couldn't be broken, they were instantly blown away. The two saber-winged tigers only had time to cry out for help before they fainted. In the dim yellow light the two saber-winged tigers were like two furry rubber balls, smashing towards Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't open his eyes. His heart was cold. Who would have thought that my handsome master Zhuo would die here today, buried in the mouth of a tiger? I don't want to die, that I still have so many things to do. Nian Nian cat, I haven't married you yet. I don't want to die like a single dog, a little virgin. Da, why isn't he dead yet? Zhuo Xiaoduo opened his eyes and was immediately stunned. There was only calmness in front of him. A tall and sturdy figure was standing in front of him. He blocked the strong wind that was like a mountain collapsing. Xiaoduo rubbed his eyes and shouted in disbelief, "Uncle Nan?" Returning to the moment when the Tiger King rushed down, the power that could destroy everything directly enveloped Xiaoduo completely. At this moment, Xiaoduo didn't even have the time to take out his sledgehammer. It was at this final moment when death was certain and there was no turning back. Suddenly, a silver light flashed on Xiaoduo's shoulder, and a burly figure appeared out of thin air. He stepped out of the void. He appeared in front of Xiaoduo. The person who came had a solemn expression, a firm determination, and a tall and sturdy figure. With a height of more than 2 meters, he was like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. His 2 long legs were like deep abysses and lofty mountains. He stood in the middle of the valley, but the feeling he gave off was that all the mountains and rivers in the world were under his feet. Heaven and earth are nothing but desolation, and the universe is not worth laughing at. When the Tiger King's roaring bullet hit this person, it actually disappeared without a sound. That person slowly stretched out a hand, and a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded in the air. A huge hand that blotted out the sun and covered the sky rapidly took shape. Then, it brazenly grabbed the Tiger King that was pouncing down in the palm of his hand. The aggressive Tiger King. The Tiger King that was as big as a cruiser. The majestic Tiger King that battled 2 great demon kings alone. The fierce and domineering Tiger King. At this moment, it was like a little kitten that was caught in the hand of that huge hand. Then, the huge hand exerted a little force. The Tiger King roared and vomited wildly in front of it, while the back of it was full of feces and urine. An incomprehensible squeak came out of its mouth, and its eyes rolled back. The entire tiger had already fainted. Chief Nan frowned and looked at the Tiger King in the huge hand in the air. He sighed in disappointment and murmured, "Another little kitten." Sigh. It wasn't easy to activate the doppelganger. Then, a whistling sound was heard. Chief Nan murmured, "It wasn't easy for this tiger to grow so big. It's better not to destroy the ecological environment of the Starlight Mountain Range if possible. Besides, that tiger god's bone is still here, it should still be able to produce heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. Let it go." With another casual squeeze, the Tiger King instantly woke up from its coma. However, the Tiger King didn't dare to move in the huge hand. Its big eyes were full of pity, like a kitten that was trying to please its owner. It wagged its tail desperately and looked at Chief Nan with pleading eyes. Soft pleading sounds came from its throat. Sob, sob, sob. Sob, sob, sob. It must have been hard on the Tiger King. Its body that was as big as a train carriage was actually able to make such soft and gentle sounds. Chief Nan smiled faintly. Survival of the fittest. Go. With a wave of his hand, the Tiger King flew back into the air. Guard here properly. Don't think about running around. No one else could hear Chief Nan's voice, but it went straight into the Tiger King's ears. The Tiger King trembled all over and nodded repeatedly. I really want to leave. It's really too dangerous here. Why won't this lord let me go? Sob, sob, sob. Too pitiful. Ah, who is too pitiful? The good stuff that he had guarded for 3,000 years was stolen by a foreign tiger. Then he squeezed it so hard that my pee sprayed out more than 100 meters. His heart, liver, spleen, kidneys, and gallbladder were all scared out of their wits. It was really too pitiful. Who felt wronged. However, Who didn't dare to say anything. Who could only sob. On the ground, Chief Nan let out a strange sound wave to inform the few people in the sky. Xiaoduo, who was close at hand, didn't hear what Uncle Nan said. However, he still asked happily, "Uncle Nan, why are you here?" "You came just in time." Uncle Nan looked at him and smiled. He reached out his hand and stroked Xiaoduo's bald head. Then, his whole body turned into spots of bright silver light and slowly disappeared. You can take these two little tigers with you. Try to take good care of them. When they regain their strength and wake up, you can release them back into the forest. Chief Nan said earnestly, don't mess around. Focus on improving your strength. Strength is the foundation of everything. In this world, the bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. I'll wait for you in Shangjing. Before his voice died away, the silver light disappeared. The figure of Southern Chief Nan had completely disappeared from sight. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky again. A figure landed quickly. The person appeared in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo in a flash. His face was full of relief. Fuck you. I found them. I finally found them. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately became vigilant. Who are you? The person's movement skill when he appeared was already beyond Zhuo Xiaoduo's knowledge. The person's strength was at a level that he had never seen before. He was even much stronger than King Centipede, King Snake, and King Tiger. With his current level of cultivation, he might be able to catch the eye of such a person after 100 or so years of cultivation. The other party laughed heartily in joy, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Complacently, he grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. He wanted to pull out a few strands of hair, but this time, he grabbed empty air. A bald head, where did the hair come from? The person was speechless. He scolded, did your parents give birth to a bald child? Helpless, he took out a knife and pressed Zhuo Xiaoduo to the ground. He shaved off the short hair that had just grown on Zhuo Xiaoduo's thigh. You better behave yourself. If you dare to disappear again, I'll beat you to death. Zhuo Xiaoduo was scared out of his wits when he was pressed down by the person. However, all his struggles were in vain. When the person took out the knife and pointed it at his body, Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more terrified. Enemy! Save me! However, he was shackled by the person. Not only could he not move, he could not even shout. When he felt the cold steel knife scraping his thigh, Zhuo Xiaoduo was almost scared to death. Could it be that this person knows that I've successfully cultivated the Fiery Sun divine skill and wants to castrate me for that thing? Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaoduo crazily cultivated. Shrink yang. Shrink yang. Suddenly, there was nothing below. It shrank. Pfft. The person almost spat out. He knocked on Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. Behave yourself. Why did you put that thing away? No one wants to touch it. I'm even less interested. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. Do you think I'll believe you? I finally shrank it, and you want to trick it out and cut it off. I'd rather die than obey. I'd rather die than be a zombie. That's how stubborn Brother Zhui is. However, the person really didn't do anything else. He just shaved off a handful of leg hair and walked away. Behave yourself. Don't run around again. After saying that, he disappeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still frightened for a long time. He almost followed in Tiger King's footsteps. He was so scared that he pissed his pants. However, he suddenly realized. He was safe. What's going on? What's going on? He trembled as he stood up. He still felt the sharp blades scratching his thigh. It was indescribably uncomfortable and disgusting. He trembled as he circulated his internal energy for a long time. Finally, he was able to break free from the stiff state. He then circulated his internal energy to break free. He couldn't help but touch it with his hand as he muttered, "My skin is wrinkled from fright. Scared me to death." He touched it again and again. He only stopped when the flaming sun scripture reacted. He looked at the two tigers in front of him. These two sword-winged tigers were still covered in a hazy yellow light. They were sleeping peacefully. Why do they look so much smaller? Zhuo Xiaoduo remembered Uncle Nan's words. He waved his hand and put them into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Only then did he take a deep breath. He clearly felt that he was still in the human world. It was too close. I can't take such risks in the future. It's really uncomfortable to be on someone's chopping block. Zhuo Xiaoduo trembled as he touched his head. Just a little bit more. This handsome and intelligent head is going to rot here. Zhuo Xiaoduo lamented for a long time. He wanted to find another place to lie low. However, he thought of the dragon soul ginseng. Sigh, that dragon soul ginseng, should I steal it? Or not to steal? This is too dangerous. If this happens again, that I'll probably lose my life. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was pounding with fear. However, he was also somewhat fearless that that person should be here to protect me. I wonder if he's from the military or a hidden dragon master. I have a backer. Chapter 604. Zhuo Xiaoduo guessed. Judging from his cultivation and strength, he was most likely from the military, which meant he was the one who set this trap. If I was in danger, he would definitely come out to save me. What happened just now should be because I accidentally got the void transformation stone and left his sight for a long time, which made him very anxious. If so, don't be sad. Well, I don't want to be pessimistic. I will definitely get a share of the dragon's soul grass under the cliff. However, his legs were still a little weak. Under the Tiger King's gaze, Zhuo Xiaoduo disappeared. The Tiger King in the air didn't even care. In the air, the three monster kings stopped. Especially the Tiger King, who was still shivering in the air and didn't even dare to look over. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen didn't know what happened, they only knew that the Tiger King seemed to have suffered a big loss. But they didn't see what kind of loss it was. When Uncle Nan attacked, the two monster kings were enjoying themselves in the air. The pleasure of beating up the Tiger King hadn't passed yet, and they were still intoxicated. After that, the two monster kings also felt a ridiculously strong aura suddenly appear, but it disappeared immediately. The two monster kings were very suspicious and didn't know what happened. They hurriedly flew down to take a look and saw the Tiger King shivering in the air. His two big eyes were full of tears, and he was shivering like a little wife who was beaten up when she was just married. Hiss! The Snake King's spiritual power shook. What happened to you? Hiss! The Centipede Queen was also a little puzzled. What happened? The Tiger King lifted his leg, but found that his legs were still as weak as noodles. He almost knelt down in the air, his sword wings drooped down like a defeated chicken, powerless to move. Nothing. The Tiger King was gloomy and listless. However, he had no intention of mentioning what had happened just now. After all, it was enough for him to be the only one who knew about what had happened just now. It was already too much. If others were to know about it, it would be terrible. At the very least, they would laugh for the rest of their lives. Nothing. The two monster kings obviously didn't believe him. Your heavenly tiger moonlight ointment is gone. Nothing happened. Aren't you angry? How could the two kings know that the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment had been snatched away by someone else? However, when they saw that the Tiger King had suddenly turned into a coward in the blink of an eye from being full of vigor, the people outside the house couldn't quite understand it. This change seemed to be a little too big. The Snake King was proud. Even though the scales all over its body had been beaten to a pulp and it was still bleeding all over, it was not as cowardly as the Tiger King, right? He couldn't help but circle around in the air and ask suspiciously, "What's going on?" Suddenly, as though he had discovered a new continent, he screamed, "Tiger King! This yellowish thing on your butt. You didn't poop, did you?" The Tiger King let out a roar, turned around, and left hurriedly. In the blink of an eye, he darted into his cave and refused to come out no matter what. It's over, it's too embarrassing." In the end, if he was seen by that despicable snake, he wouldn't be able to see any beasts for the rest of his life. In mid-air, the two demon kings roared with laughter. Their laughter shook the heavens and the earth, causing the mountains to shake. However, as they laughed and laughed, their gazes gradually became filled with evilness as they looked at each other. Especially the Snake King. The Centipede King still had 3 dragon soul ginsengs. The Tiger King is cowardly now, but I'm not. In the battle just now, the Centipede King's combat power was only average. I have a 70% chance of winning. The two demon kings thus began to negotiate again. Of course, the Centipede King was unwilling. What's mine is mine. The treasure that both of you are guarding is gone. That's heaven's will. Your snake soul fruit was stolen and the Tiger King's heavenly tiger moonlight ointment is gone. Why is my dragon soul forest still here? If this isn't heaven's will, what is? Heaven, let me be the boss. Why should I give it to you? Slowly, the situation became intense again. While the 3 demon kings were fighting here, the bounty hunters outside were all hiding far away. Who would be loitering in the battle circle for no reason? If they provoked the 3 demon kings to join forces to deal with them, wouldn't they die very quickly? Therefore, everyone felt that something seemed to have happened here. However, they didn't know and didn't want to know what exactly was going on. The silver light flashed just now. The moment Chief Nan appeared, the light was suppressed. Then, a huge hand grabbed the Tiger King from a position close to the ground. His movements were fast but not agitated. His aura didn't spread out at all. This was the true technique of a master craftsman who returned to simplicity. Therefore, the people outside didn't know what was going on. Many of the more skilled and daring ones merely roared at the Tiger King from afar. Then, they went silent. Everyone was trying to guess what had happened. After all, the Snake King and the Centipede King were confronting each other in the air again. It wasn't the battle between the 3 demon kings. However, the overall situation shouldn't have changed. The only one who discovered something was the gray shadow that entered the Tiger King Valley earlier. He was opposite Sui Xiaoduo, about a few dozen miles away. It was precisely because of the distance that he could vaguely see that huge hand. He held his breath and didn't dare to move. He waited for a long time after Chief Nan left, but he still didn't move. After Sui Xiaoduo left, he also left quickly. He didn't chase after Sui Xiaoduo. Instead, he turned into a gray shadow and left the valley. In a certain corner. A certain 3-man team finally heaved a sigh of relief. They finally found this kid. That was so scary. It turned out that this kid had cultivated some kind of concealment technique. Now, even though they grabbed a handful of this kid's hair, they still couldn't sense him when they used the soul imprint technique. What a freak. Old Third, use your divine consciousness to follow him. Turn it into a flying mystic thought and follow him. You'll follow him for the afternoon. Second, and I will take over at night. Don't lose him again. Big Boss sighed. This hair is useless now. Just throw it away. It disappears again when it's further away. Sigh, when I shaved his hair just now, this kid actually hit his bird. Damn it. I almost died laughing. Second and third brothers also suppressed their laughter and pretended to be shocked. Ah, there's such a thing. You didn't do something to make her misunderstand, did you? I didn't do anything extra. Misunderstanding my foot. I can only say that he's a freak. Big Boss recalled and couldn't help but smile. I don't know who his parents are to give birth to such a plaything. I guess he must have been beaten a lot since he was young. He tasted it. Anyway, I want to beat him up whenever I see him. This feeling can't be stopped. When this is over, I must see it for myself. The other two were very interested. Then I'll go. If it's a flying mystic thought, I can last for 12 hours. I can't take it anymore. Remember to keep track of the time. With that, his body flashed away. Flying mystic thought and divine consciousness locking were two completely different things. It was to split a part of the divine consciousness and keep a constant watch on a person. No matter where the target went, the divine consciousness would follow him like a shadow. Especially at a critical moment, this divine consciousness could even transform into the main body to fight. It was really amazing. And this kind of amazing technique had a heavy burden on the user. Even with the tyrannical cultivation of these three people, they couldn't maintain it for a long time. But for a freak like Sui Xiao Duo, if they didn't do this, they couldn't keep an eye on him at all. The three people who had seen ghosts were really afraid of the dark. They were already very depressed. Third brother went. Big Boss hurriedly found a place to make a phone call. Heavenly King, that kid has been found. He's safe and sound. Third brother is following him now. This time, there won't be any mistakes. Hearing the good news clearly, the Heavenly King on the right let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had been holding it in for a day. Good, 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 very good. The Heavenly King's hearty voice came from the phone. When I come back, I'll record a great merit for the three of you. Big Boss was a little confused. A merit just like that? And a great merit? Was it so easy? He was a little not used to it. After hanging up the phone, he still felt that it was a little unreal. On the other side, the Heavenly King on the right was completely relieved. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He patted his thigh excitedly. Damn it! Found him. All the worries in his heart were put down. I was scared to death. Now, of course, he called to report the good news. Found him. He took out his phone and found Uncle Zhu's number. With a smile on his face, he called him directly. Ha ha ha. 2 days. With the Heavenly King on the right, how could it take 2 days? It's only been 1.5 days. Zhuo Zhonglu had a scholarly and refined expression on his face. It was as if he had a carefree smile on his face as he walked slowly through the mountain range. Wu Yuding was by his side. The couple looked as if they were out for a sightseeing tour. However, the two of them were paying close attention to their surroundings. Even those lifeless rocks that couldn't be moved at all had to be touched to take a look. The couple had been doing this for a long time. Ever since Sui Xiao Duo and Zhuo Xiaonian left, they moved here. Every day, his job was to wander around this small hill. No one knew what they were doing. Even the Astral Soul's stone shop was sold by Zhuo Changlu. At that time, it caused a small commotion. Many neighbors came to ask if there was any problem at home. If they needed money, just ask. Hu Ruoyan and her husband, as well as a group of teachers from Phoenix City No. 2 High School, also came to visit. What the hell happened? Why did they need to sell the shop? Could it be that Xiao Duo needed money for something outside? If you need money, just ask. We have it. The couple did not know whether to laugh or cry at this result. However, unknowingly, they experienced the beauty of the world. However, although the couple was no different from jobless vagrants, they were not short of money at all. In fact, they were very rich, super rich. This was because there was already an astronomical amount of money in their cards. Moreover, every few days, more money would be transferred in. Zhuo Xiaonian would receive a sum of money, and Zhuo Xiao Duo would receive another sum of money. If he was really an ordinary person, it could be said that the money in his card would be inexhaustible. Even if he did not do anything, he would be able to enjoy his life comfortably and live a life of luxury and wealth. Yes, even if they lived a few lifetimes, they would have more than enough money. It was a pity that they were not in the same world. Otherwise, they would definitely go to Qidian Chinese Network to subscribe and send a wave of rewards. After all, it was really unfair to this handsome author to be indifferently enjoying the fruits of other people's labor while reading pirated versions. Crazy hint. Yes, subscribe. Please come to Qidian Chinese Network to read the original version. You deserve it. Please vote. Chapter 605. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding weren't ordinary people. They didn't care about money. But every time their son and daughter transferred money to them, the couple felt more gratified. Another money transfer. Is it Xiao Duo or Little Nian this time? Xiao Duo. This kid doesn't study hard. I don't know where he got so much money. Another one is coming in. This one is from Little Nian. How much? 100,000. Not bad, the girl is not bad. Really not bad. In the future, Xiao Duo won't starve. There's something even better. Zhuo Changlu's face relaxed. What? Little Nian also transferred 50,000 to me. She said. It's for daddy's private money. Zhuo Changlu chuckled. My daughter is good. My daughter was afraid that mommy wouldn't give daddy money, so she even transferred her private money. But what can I do with it? Wu Yuding snorted and said indifferently, it's useless. Which card is your private money? How can you receive money alone without me knowing? Zhuo Changlu was stunned. Days passed peacefully. Day after day, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were very satisfied with the current situation and were living very comfortably. Those who knew were coming to transform into the mortal world. Those who didn't know would see. This was simply a comfortable life. Their son and daughter had grown up and could be filial. The rest of their days were so comfortable and comfortable. However, Zhuo Changlu and his wife weren't feeling well these days. A few days ago, Wu Yuding was the first to start cooking. When I'm done, I must invite Little Bear and Little Fishy over and get some ingredients. I'll entertain them well. Yu Dongtian's surname is Yu. What's the best at swimming? Fish. Since it was the offspring of a big fish, it was only natural that it was Little Fishy. Wu Yuding's face was ice cold. To think of using my son to set up a trap, this is already a smart melon. To dare to put it into action, this is even more intelligent and brave. I must reward this kid well. Zhuo Changlu tried to persuade him again and again. He felt that it wasn't a good idea to call him over and slaughter him. Especially since little Yu is still a junior. It's hard to avoid the suspicion that she's bullying the young. Why don't we go to their house as guests when we get back? However, since yesterday, Zhuo Changlu was the one who felt uncomfortable. Because Zhuo Xiaoduo was missing. Zhuo Changlu did not dare to tell Wu Yuding this news for the time being. He knew very well that if he said it, his wife would go crazy. She might even go hysterical. Right now, Wu Yuding was only angry because no one knew the situation in the mainland better than the couple. Of course, there were many experts, but compared to the border, it was much, much safer. They only used Zhuo Xiaoduo to set up a trap, and Yu Dongtian and Nanjing Qian sent people to watch over it. Any unforeseen event would be under control. No matter what, nothing would happen to him. The couple still had this bit of trust and confidence. If it was in the central city of the mainland, with the heavenly king of the right, the minister of finance, and the protection of the entire Hidden Dragon High Martial School, what could happen? If something happened, it would really be a stroke of luck. The heavens were playing tricks on them. Zhuo Changlu felt that the heavenly king of the right and the minister of finance would not joke about their sons and their own lives for no reason. They were fully aware of the consequences if something really happened. It was a consequence that would not be enough even if they committed suicide to atone for their sins. However, the world was so bizarre. Just as Zhuo Changlu was worrying about how to dissuade Wu Yuting from treating them, Yu Dongtian called. Zhuo Changlu on the other end of the phone looked calm and unperturbed. In fact, his heart was thumping. He quickly hung up the phone and took the phone to the other side, asking Yu Dongtian to send a message. If it was nothing important, Yu Dongtian would never call. As long as there was a call, it must be something important. However, they were using Zhuo Xiaoduo to set up a trap. Other than that, what else could it be? This was almost imaginable. Sure enough, Yu Dongtian's words almost made Zhuo Changlu faint. Xiaoduo was missing. Missing? Missing? Zhuo Changlu's vision went dark. He knew his wife's character better than anyone else. She longed to have a child of her own. Zhuo Changlu also knew that once his son was gone, Wu Yuting would definitely explode. She might not destroy the mainland or anything, but at least Yu Dongtian and Nanjing Qian would not be able to live. It was normal and basic for him to part with his wife and not see her for the rest of his life. However, Zhuo Changlu was stunned for a moment before he began to recall. My biological son, I can sense his presence through my divine thoughts. Father and son are connected by heart. Did I feel anything unusual? There was nothing unusual with his wife these few days. Hence, he replied. He gave Yu Dongtian 2 days. Zhuo Zhanglu had given him 2 days of buffer time. Wasn't that the same as the 2 days he had given himself? If he could not find him in 2 days, there was no need to look for him anymore. Ever since he received the news, Zhuo Changlu began to feel uneasy. He even began to dream. He often broke out in cold sweat. However, the most difficult thing for him was that he could not show any abnormalities in front of his wife. He did not want to look back on this pain and suffering. He usually did not look at his phone. He usually threw his phone everywhere. Sometimes, he would throw it next to his wife's pillow and fall asleep. However, he never left his phone. When he had nothing to do, he would take it out to see if there was any news that he had missed. From time to time, he would walk to a certain place and take it out to see if there was enough signal. He would not go to places without signal. What if he could not receive important news? Dad! Wu Yuting called. Oh, I'm coming. Zhuo Changlu, who was secretly looking at his phone, quickly responded and walked over with a smile. You're acting weird today. Wu Yuting looked at Zhuo Changlu suspiciously. What's wrong? You can't put your phone down. Are you addicted to it? Is this thing so charming that it even subdued you? No, no. Zhuo Changlu laughed dryly. Could it be that you're waiting for news? Wu Yuting's eyes were dangerous. Whose news are you waiting for? Zhuo Changlu, are you seeing someone outside? Tell me, how many private cards do you have? Is the person outside a mistress or a mistress? How could it be? How could it be? Don't let your imagination run wild. What mistress or mistress? Zhuo Changlu was frightened by Wu Yuting. How could she make such a connection? If it's not a mistress or mistress, then why are you so nervous? Why do you look so worried? Wu Yuting frowned even more. Just as Zhuo Changlu understood her, she also understood Zhuo Changlu. I'm just worried about Xiaoduo. Zhuo Changlu coughed. I don't know if it's done over there. Now I know what it means to worry a mother when a son travels 1,000 miles. Xiaoduo will be fine. Wu Yuting was very sure. Xiao Xiong and Xiao Yu are watching over there. What can happen? Wu Yuting was very confident. Zhuo Changlu laughed dryly. Yes, that's right. What can happen? Wu Yuting looked at Zhuo Changlu carefully. Her eyes were full of curiosity. You have something on. Her tone was very certain. No. Zhuo Changlu was shocked and immediately denied it. You do have something on. Zhuo Changlu was nervous. Wu Yuding was even more certain. Say it. I'm really fine. Zhuo Zhanglu swore. Wu Yuding's eyes were dangerous. Are you going to say it or not? Are you really keeping a mistress? It's really nothing. What should I say? Zhuo Changlu looked innocent and a little wronged. What can happen? Don't you know who we are? You say you're paranoid every day. What's wrong with you? Tell me, what are you thinking right now? I'm with you all the time now. Even if I want to look for someone, I need time. After being joked around by Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding thought that it made sense. Her eyes gradually softened, but she still frowned and murmured, something doesn't feel right. Zhuo Changlu secretly wiped away his cold sweat. Sigh, you women just like to think too much. It's even more so after you play with your phone. I'm speechless. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and turned around. Zhuo Changlu was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But at this delicate juncture, a burst of music sounded. The melody was very cheerful. Sister, wait for me. Sister, wait for me. Brother is earning money outside. I'll marry you. His cell phone rang. Zhuo Changlu's cell phone rang. Zhuo Changlu's body couldn't help but tremble. Damn. Why did it have to be now? Damn it. Wu Yuding turned around and stared at Zhuo Changlu. Her eyes were dangerous. That's a good ringtone. Wu Yuding's face was cold. Who's calling? Zhuo Changlu's face was bitter. It's just a random ringtone from the phone company. What can that prove? Do you really think I have a mistress? The ringtone was still ringing. Wu Yuding crossed her arms and looked down at Zhuo Changlu. The world is unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Pick up the phone. Why aren't you picking up the phone? Zhuo Changlu's lips twitched. He took out his cell phone as if he was going to the execution ground. A name popped up on the screen. Yu Dongtian. It's Yu Dongtian. Look, he must be looking for me. I'm going to pick up the phone. Zhuo Changlu showed the screen of his cell phone to Wu Yuding. Then, he pretended to be anxious and turned around to find a secret place. Why are you leaving? Wu Yuding's face was cold. Her eyes were suspicious, and there was a dangerous glint in them. Even if it's Yu Dongtian calling, can't I listen to it? What secrets do you have? Wu Yuding ordered directly, pick it up right here. Put it on speaker. Zhuo Changlu's face was almost flattened. Do you have to? Do you have to? Why are you so paranoid? Do you think Yu Dongtian's name is fake? Father's acting skills were on point. He was almost at the level of an award-winning actor. At this time, he was still able to lead other people. Are you going to turn it on or not? Wu Yuding took 2 steps forward and suddenly shouted, What's wrong with my son? Her pretty face turned red in an instant. Then, it turned pale and her delicate body trembled. Chapter 606. As a mother, Wu Yuding instinctively thought of the worst thing. Otherwise, why would Zhuo Zhanglu go to such lengths to hide this from me? Zhuo Changlu instinctively trembled. He felt that the muscles at the corners of his eyes were out of control. He kept blinking, and his heart was blank. This shout. I'm scared out of my wits. Answer it. Wu Yuding looked at the phone and shouted again. Zhuo Changlu's fingers seemed to weigh thousands of pounds. Finally, he pressed the button. The phone was connected. At this moment, Zhuo Changlu was like a criminal waiting to be sentenced. Yu Dongtian. You mustn't spout nonsense. It's not just you, old Nan's life, and even your uncle's life are in your hands now. Yu Dongtian's voice was heard immediately. Uncle Zhuo, ha ha ha. The heavenly king of the right sounded very relaxed and cheerful. Ah. Zhuo Chenglu. I found Xiao Duo, ha ha ha. The heavenly king of the right announced loudly. He was high-spirited and proud, and his previous depression was swept away. Wu Yuding's cold eyes shot over. Found him? What does that mean? Does that mean you couldn't find him before? What's the situation now? Zhuo Chenglu broke out in cold sweat. On the phone, the heavenly king of the right was in high spirits. He couldn't wait to report his achievement. Oh my God, I don't know why he suddenly disappeared. At that time, I was scared to death. I had already locked onto his soul, but I still couldn't find him. I was so worried. Oh right, Uncle Zhuo, you haven't told Auntie about this, right? Please don't tell her. Now that we've found him, everything is fine. You're right, right? There's no need to worry, Auntie. You must be thinking the same. Please forgive her, please. Zhuo Chenglu's facial muscles twitched. Yes, I haven't told your aunt yet. You're the one who's telling her now. You've told her clearly and completely. At the side, Wu Yuding's eyes flickered with a chilling light. That was great. I can't even find his soul lock. Such a big thing happened, and you still want to hide it from me. Not bad, not bad. The affection between you men is indeed deep. The heavenly king of the right was still sighing. Uncle Zhuo, you don't know how scared I was. Ah, don't mention it. Luckily, Uncle Zhuo, you are a responsible man. You made the decision to hide it from Auntie and gave her 2 days. Otherwise, I think I would have died. You don't know how important Auntie is to us. She is. TSK, Tisk. Zhuo Chenglu looked up at the sky. I know very well what your aunt is like in your hearts. I also know that you will still die. And now it's already cold. Also, even I'm dead now. What do you mean by touching a sore spot? It was a textbook interpretation. With your IQ, how did you become the heavenly king of the right lane? How many back doors did your father pull for you? Uncle Zhuo, Uncle Zhuo. The heavenly king of the right lane was puzzled. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you so happy that you can't speak? I can understand that. Why isn't Uncle Zhuo saying anything? You can understand. Why can't you have some self-awareness? Your Uncle Zhuo wants to speak too. But Uncle Zhuo doesn't know what to say now. At this moment, Zhuo Chenglu felt very complicated. It was so complicated that it was indescribable. Apart from a silent sigh, all that was left was speechless and choking. Wu Yuding's sweet voice sounded, "Oh, I thought it was a mistress outside. Is it really a call from the heavenly king of the right lane? What a great honor. Zhuo Chenglu, don't move. I'll take a picture of the call and post it on my WeChat moments. It's so rare that the heavenly king of the right lane is calling. It's so precious. Shouldn't I keep it as a family heirloom? The other side of the phone went silent. There was a thump, and no one knew what happened. Then, a voice that sounded like it was about to cry was heard. Hello, Auntie. I'm Little Fishy. I'm your favorite little fishy. Wu Yuding pursed her lips and said, I can't accept that. I'm just a woman who has been kept in the dark. How can I be qualified to be the auntie of the right lane's heavenly king of the right? Oh right, what do you think of me? A shrew or a tigress? I'm so unreasonable. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was obviously dumbfounded. In fact, when Wu Yuding opened her mouth to speak, the heavenly king of the right lane's heart had stopped beating. There was nothing but confusion in his mind. Auntie, I was wrong. I was wrong. I deserve to be scolded. I deserve to be beaten. I deserve to die. Please don't be angry. Yu Dongtian quickly and sincerely admitted his mistake. I'm old. Am I very old now? You were wrong. What did you do wrong? Can the heavenly king of the right lane make mistakes too? Wu Yuting's voice was so cold that it made people shudder. You're not old, you're not old. You're just more senior. When we first met, I wanted to call you elder sister. As for what I did wrong, I did wrong everywhere. Zhuo Changlu was impressed by Yu Dongtian's answer. Otherwise, why would he be the heavenly king of the right lane? His EQ was really high. She admitted her mistakes so straightforwardly, and even said such beautiful words. She was really eloquent. Then tell me, how did you do wrong? Wu Yuting snorted and asked. Here's what happened. The heavenly king of the right was not loyal at all. He immediately spilled the beans and explained everything clearly. Fortunately, Uncle Zhuo is magnanimous. Uncle Zhuo was also thinking for Auntie. I'm afraid that Auntie will be angry and hurt her health. Yu Dongtian's brain became more and more flexible as he spoke. In the end, he even threw the blame to Zhuo Changlu. Actually, it's a long story. I didn't intend to do this at first. But Nan Zhengqian, that guy, he's really not a good person. He suggested that Xiao Duo should go there to attract hatred. Cough cough. Actually, I didn't intend to do this. It's all his fault. Yu Dongtian spoke more and more fluently. Actually, I know very well in my heart. Xiao Duo is Auntie's favorite. Even if he's not in danger, she's still worried about him. Auntie has been so good to me since I was young. How could I let Auntie worry about me? But Nan Zhengqian, that guy, is really not a good person. He said that he would vouch for Xiao Duo. That guy is really too much. Of course, it's also my fault. At that time, I felt that I was close to Auntie, so I should train Xiao Duo if I had the chance. Even if Auntie hit me, as long as Xiao Duo can grow up smoothly, I'll accept it. Actually, based on this consideration, it's still too wishful thinking. No matter what, it's still my fault. No matter what, I should have reported to Auntie in advance. But at that time, the flood which suddenly appeared at the Sun and Moon Pass. I was so busy dealing with the flood witch that I forgot about it. I always thought that Nan Zhengqian would definitely report to you. Who knew that guy was so unreliable? The heavenly king of the right spoke sincerely and repeatedly apologized. He kept throwing the blame to the people outside the house. His voice was as hurried as a machine gun. But when he reached the end of the sentence, Nan Zhengqian suddenly began to speak word by word. He was afraid that Auntie couldn't remember it and didn't have a deep impression of it. It had to be said that his eloquence was really good. His speech was also really smooth. His meridians were even longer. He could even perform a crosstalk. After Wu Yuting heard the whole story, and now Zhuo Xiaoduo was also found. The heavenly king of the right kept emphasizing, I sent 5 people, heaven, earth, sun, moon, and star, to take turns to protect him. I personally instructed and gave a strict order. Wu Yuting's high-hanging thoughts were also put down. At least, her anger was not as serious as before. If I knew that Nan Zhengqian dared not to report to Auntie, I wouldn't have done that even if you beat me to death. I lost my mother when I was young. It was Auntie who raised me. How can I forget Auntie? I must be filial to Auntie in this life. Finally, the heavenly king's tone changed again. But no matter what, my responsibility is not small. I can be considered as half of the initiator. Even if Auntie forgives me, I can't forgive myself. Another day, I will definitely come to apologize to Auntie. I will especially kowtow to Auntie. One had to admit that these words were really awesome. Even Zhuo Changlu, who was listening at the side, could not help but secretly give him a thumbs up. With such a good eloquence, he should really enter the palace to be a eunuch. He should be a professional flatterer. Wu Yuting's anger was actually mostly dissipated by Yu Dongtian's words. So, It's all Nanjingqian's fault. Although it's true. But. It can't be completely like that. No matter what, as the heavenly king of the right, I also have to take responsibility. I can't just push all the blame to him. Besides, although Nanjingqian is at fault, he's a simple-minded person. He's as stupid as a pig and as stupid as a bear. Auntie, if you want to blame someone, blame me. No matter whether you hit me or scold me, it's all an elder teaching a younger one. Sui Changlu, who was standing at the side, rolled his eyes. You still can't push all the blame to him. You've already completely cleared yourself of the blame. Moreover, you've already completely confirmed Nanjingqian's crime. All the blame has been shifted to Nanjingqian's head. How can you be so righteous? Why do I remember that you were the initiator of this matter? Nanjingqian tried to stop you time and time again. It was you who insisted on doing things your own way. You were full of confidence and thought that you wouldn't make any mistakes. You even patted your chest and said that you would bear all the consequences. Now, you're trying to shift the blame to someone else. You're trying to play the victim Datitue. How can you say that? I can't listen to it anymore. There's a second line in the title of this chapter. Who can match it? I'm writing the third chapter. I'll update it later. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.